Hello and welcome to Science and Sorcery. Now, don't be alarmed and do not attempt to adjust your Twitch settings. The Overlord is not here, but don't worry, you're in safe hands. I'll be your game master for this adventure, and oh boy, do we have a special game of D&D for you. All of our players tonight are previous DMs on Science and Sorcery. They're all playing characters somewhat based on themselves to varying degrees. Plus, they're all playing at level 20. So I'm prepared for them to bring all sorts of bullshit to the table. So, without further ado, let's meet our players. First up, DM of the Plagues and Pirates adventure, we have Jacquelyn Gill, paleoecologist, podcaster, and dungeon master who spends a lot of time talking about climate change, deep time, and natural history, both on and off the internet. Hey Jax, how's it going?
It's good to be here.
I cannot wait to see what you got in store. Next up, we have Science and Sorcery's resident artist and illustrator who spends far too much time on Twitter talking about birds, or D&D, or both. Alex Holt, DM of the Legend of the Flaming Heteros campaign, Science and Sorcery's first campaign, which is just wrapped up. Ready to see you on the other side of the DM screen. Next up, we have paleontologist and professional DM, vocal diction, paleontologist and professional DM Trevor Valle, who firmly believes that free time is just an esoteric theoretical concept. So we're grateful to be helping to maintain that axiom. Trevor DM'd the Isle of Kratos one-shot and its sequel, Isle of Kratos 2, Velocilicious, which was actually my first outing on Science and Sorcery. The adventure that brought the world Slim, the sentient, slurpy, slime mold robot. Hey, Trevor.
Oh, the noises. All I can ever remember are the noises.
I couldn't let him forget that.
No. Wow.
And rocking yet another excellent jersey.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sam Langford, who is a very tired science communicator, so hopefully we won't keep him up too late, with one permanently twitching eyelid, which I guess character choice maybe, or just consequence?
Just consequence, really. And just like, I can feel it going just now as well. It's like tiredness and stress, and yeah, very happy to be here. You mentioned about Alex, about Legend of Flaming Heteros. Alex Khalil, I hope you're using your special Legend of Flaming Heteros.
Oh, absolutely.
I just arrived.
So the Overlord sent us some lovely eyeball glittery themed dice for our heterochromic heroes. So we'll see who's roll better. So Sam DM'd a fistful of yo-yos, the disco murder mystery one-shot, and from top to bottom, which contained the choice phrase for any Londoners, see it, say it, no, see it, shut it, fuck off, which, as someone who gets on the tube a lot, was beautiful. And our last player is apparently 17,000 crickets masquerading as a behavioral ecologist. But in human form, they go by Tom Green, who DM'd all that glitters is gold, aka definitely not Shrek. Hey, lovely to have you.
Thank you for having me.
And the charity for November's Science and Sorcery streams is the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. There's currently a massive upsurge in Israeli settler and military violence in Palestine, and it's making an already nightmarish situation even worse for Palestinians. And as a member of the Palestinian diaspora myself, I really appreciate this decision from Science and Sorcery, and I'm grateful to be contributing to this charity drive. Our goal is £500 for the month of November, so I hope you enjoy the show and help us try to make a small positive difference to a truly messed up situation. Okay, without further ado, let's cut the players and get to the story. See you on the other side. So, players, you wake up in the dark. You have no memory of how you got here. 1 minute you are going about your business, the next you're here, wherever here is. What you do know is that you're in a cold, dark, damp room on a hard floor. You aren't wearing your normal attire. You seem to be in some kind of shapeless jumpsuit ensemble. And as you feel your way around this dark room, you feel it featureless, but for a door with no handle. So, Jax, without describing what your character looks like, what were they doing right before they woke up here?
So I was actually attending or I was visiting the libraries and natural history museum of a local magical academy when I found out that the students of the academy had begun protesting the fact that a donor who had been found to have been extracting the life force of the land had made a large donation to the university. The students were protesting this. And so, of course, I felt honor bound to go and lend my voice and my support and my protection to them. The university had just mobilized some magical forces against the students, and there was a flash, and I woke up.
Wow, so clearly you've been making enemies and friends in that process. Who knows if that had anything to do with this? Next, Alex. What was your character doing the last thing they remember?
They were sitting on a hilltop in the deep woods, waiting for a caravan to come by. And they were intending to kill everyone there. The birds that live in their hair had told them to do it.
Wow. Well, you do feel the presence of those birds still nesting in your hair. They don't seem to have much insight on the situation that you're in. They are as blind as you are right now, but they're there. And now, Trevor, what was your character doing or feeling the last thing they remember?
I was sitting contemplating the great orb of Pythagorgon, the 20 sides attempting to give me some sort of answer in my quest to slay all of the lessers. My familiar Keon saddled up to me, and then blackness.
And in this blackness,
after that, I don't remember.
In this blackness that you find yourself in now, the first thing that you notice when you wake up is that the orb of Pythagorgon is gone. It's missing. But you still feel a connection to your familiar. You don't feel them physically around you, but you still feel that magical connection, as if that bond is still very much there. And you still feel a bond with the orb of Pythagorgon, but it's not on your person. Next, Sam. What does your character last remember?
Well, before I was here, I was enjoying a half bottle with my boys, Paulo, Capaldi, and Blue Lagoon. Now, everybody says that they love Blue Lagoon, but don't listen to them. You can't trust anybody. Blue Lagoon's shite. But we were underneath a bridge with my good man Chib, and he'd said that we should be getting ready to do what his name says, Chib someday. So I'd smashed the half bottle and went to use it, and then turned up here.
So you wake up with a bit of a start, kind of ready for action, but then suddenly in the dark. It's not the first time you've woken up alone in the dark, but this is darker and more alone than you remember. And Tom, what's the last thing your character experienced?
My character was going to start studying, but instead had fallen asleep next to a stack of books with their familiar cricket.
And and just like with Trevor's character, you still feel the connection with your cricket, but they don't seem to be physically with you right now. Both of you feel like you still would have the ability to connect with them, So, sorry, we're gonna have to cut this part out. Staying. Great, we can cut that part out as well. As you start to come to your senses, you hear a sequence of noises. You hear a distant, muffled alarm. And you hear a kind of whirring, a downward whirring of machinery, as if the power leaves a place. And those of you with familiars feel the connection strengthen as if some kind of barrier has gone. And you hear the jingle of keys. And the doors to your cell swing open. Now, the first cell to be unlocked is Tom's character's cell. So, as you step out into a dimly lit, large, proportioned corridor, what do we see? What does your character look like?
My character, not Tom, is a firbolg who is about 7 feet tall. They have green hair that looks a little bit like moss. And, well, normally they'd be wearing some patched together leather firbolg type clothing, but instead they are in their jumpsuit. They have tattoos and piercings and eye bags that seem about as permanent as the tattoos do.
Yeah, as you step out into the dark, into the kind of dim light, you see that your jumpsuit is a kind of dark turquoisey blue, just kind of very, very drab. The next character to step out into the light, well, the half light, will be Sam's character. So, what do we see?
Stepping out into the hallway, you see a humanoid, 6 foot tall, turtle-like character with green skin, a red mohawk, and a kind of rainbow like face pattern. What looks as though it could be an eye mask, but it is just kind of embedded into the skin. I am a legally distinct hero turtle wandering into the hallway.
And I assume that, I guess, your overall is kind of tied around your waist, because it'd be hard to fit over that shell.
Yeah, it feels like I'm gonna begin like stuck into this thing. I don't know how this has managed to like come up my kind of scrawny little legs, but yeah, doesn't seem like to be pleasant.
Trevor, your character, as they step out into the half light.
Bending down slightly to clear the door is a Goliath, at least mostly Goliath, because it is a Goliath with a full beard, facial tattoos. Looking around very slowly, trying to take in the situation. The jumpsuit a little bit tight because it's just not... Trying to find things in my size is rather difficult.
It definitely creaks across your shoulders as you stoop through the door. And I'll give you a little bit of information about what you see when you look around in a sec, once we've met the last 2 characters. Alex, your character. Let's meet them.
So you see a tiny forest gnome with wild hair, half as big as they are again, that has little forest birds flying in and out of it. And they look around sort of kind of wild-eyed and half-feral, sort of peeking up behind it and then sort of scurrying from place to place.
Yeah, the animals in the hair seem uneasy, as if this is not an environment that they're used to. And Jax, your character.
You see a middle-aged woman with reddish-brown salt and pepper hair, laugh lines, a freckled face. She's a half-elf. There's just a slight pointiness to her ears and almond-shaped eyes. She has a little bit of a tummy, but that sort of strains against the jumpsuit. But she moves with a comfortable ease. Steps out, looks back and forth up and down the hallway, just completely assessing for dangers and threats.
So, I mean, two of you are already looking around, and I will tell you something very obvious that you see immediately. You see someone in front of you holding a set of keys and standing next to these open doors. They have a slightly kind of panicked look on their face, but it switches to relief as they see that you're all in one piece. You see a male presenting human with light olive skin, short cropped dark hair and stubble. Devastatingly handsome. Oh, thank the gods you're all right. You've got to get out of here. The things they've got planned for you, look, I'll explain later. Get it moving, but blood spurts from his mouth and nose as a large metal barb juts out of his chest that is itself quickly reddening with hot, wet blood. Over his shoulder and down the hallway, your gaze follows a thick rope back into the darkness. And was it Paleo and Trevolt who said they were looking around? Both of you roll perception.
Can I get anything with my 29 passive?
Oh, I forgot you have 29 passive. Yeah, we'll let them roll and then I'll give you something.
So, Overboss, or Boss, or Ovi, got an 18.
Sorry, Overboss, gotcha. An 18, and Trevolt?
14.
Okay, so with a 14, Trevolt, you see the rope going back into the darkness and some kind of like flickers of blue light moving. With an 18, you see two pairs of blue lights kind of bobbing in the distance. They seem to be about a foot apart, and each light, and about 20 feet off the ground. This is a very large proportioned dark tunnel going off into the distance. And Zila, with a 29, you feel the floor vibrating with heavy footsteps, and soon your relative perceptions become irrelevant as out of the darkness and into the dim light stride two towering frost giants with glowing blue eyes wearing security guard uniforms. So those short white button-up shirts with like a clip-on black tie, utility belt. One of them is reaching for something on its belt, and the other one says, does anyone speak giant? Trevor.
No.
No.
And not Tom. So you both understand this as, they've escaped! Stop them! And the other one says, get back in your cage, or suffer. The rest of you hear, let's go bring it further! And I would like you to all already roll initiative.
Jesus. Ooh.
I'm glad I got to murder my self-insert character in like 5 seconds. All right, hit me with some initiatives, please.
5.
In the chat or out loud?
Out loud, please. So that was sorry. We'll go Cosimo, Notom, Ovibos, Zela, Trevolt. So Cosimo.
21.
21, nice. Notom.
3.
Also nice. Ovibos.
I got a 5.
Zela.
23.
Jeez. And Trevolt.
19.
Trevor. Nice. Okay. So, you see, one of the giant security guards reaching for something on his huge belt. And Zayla, you spring into action.
Okay, so I am going to use my power that on a bonus action lets me go invisible, which I'm trying to remember the name of. I have a thing that does that. So I'm invisible for 1 turn. There we go. So that's a bonus action until the end of my turn. And I'm going to run behind them and outdoor.
Run behind them. Okay, so they are currently probably about 40 feet away. So if you use your action to dash, then you can get past them.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Cool. So you are invisible and behind them.
And I want to just kind of like put myself around the corner.
So you get past them, and you pass them into more dark corridor. It's a huge corridor, about 25 feet tall, more of a tunnel, and about 25 feet across. And these giants are taking up most of it. There's enough space for you to scooch past. But you see the tunnel continues, and there's a very slight kind of upward slope to it, so you can't see where it goes because it cuts off past the ceiling after a certain point.
Okay.
Cosimo.
I'm going to cast Blade Ward on myself,
Cool.
and then head in the direction of where Zela went and try to kind of sprint past as well. Maybe try with a little bit of a flourish to slide through the legs of them.
Okay, so what's your movement speed?
30. So probably,
do you have a bonus action dash you can do?
No, I don't actually. So I don't think I can actually get quite as far.
I will let you do an acrobatics check because it's cool. If you get a high acrobatics check, I will let you add a few feet of movement because you're sliding under their legs, but you will be directly behind them, and they will have seen you do it.
That is a 24.
Okay, yeah. So you kind of baseball slide under their legs. You get a close-up view of between the giant's legs, and you are behind these 2 giant security guards. Next up is Trevolt.
Goliath versus Giants. This is interesting.
Family Feud.
How close is everybody to these giants? Are they within 10-foot radius?
Cosimo is directly behind them. Zayla is... what's your movement speed?
That's a good question.
Are you a gnome? That'd be 25, right?
I am a gnome. I can't remember if I took any... No, I've got 30.
Okay, so...
Normal.
Okay, yeah, so Zayla is probably about 20 feet behind them. But Cosimo is next to them.
Got it.
And they are 40 feet away from you.
Okay, so Flame Strike would be bad. I reach out...
I mean, you can position it in front of them if you want.
I got a better idea.
Cool.
I will reach out and just make a motion to pluck their eyes from their skulls and cast blindness at 3rd level.
Nice. What save is that?
Constitution, unfortunately.
Okie
The
dokie.
Giants, they've got a big con.
Yes. Oh, this is the first roll of the Flaming Heteros campaign Science and Sorcery dice. That's going to be an 18 and a 20.
They both save.
Giants, man. So that's your action. You got your bonus and your movement.
Bonus action. Don't have a whole lot of options here, so let's I will close the distance 30 feet.
Okay, cool. So you are 10 feet in front of them now.
Yeah. Bonus actions, not a whole lot. I already cast a spell. So
Cool. Okay. And that takes us to the security guards. So one of them, so the one that threw the harpoon through the handsome stranger, is going to use its bonus action to yank the harpoon out of the dead body, and there's a kind of wet crunch as ribs and organs just kind of are obliterated by the barbs of this harpoon. And it continues swinging it round. And who's far away? Not Tom and Ovibos. Ovibos. It's going to hurl the harpoon at you. What is your armor class?
10.
Oh, doesn't matter. I'm really sorry. That's a nat 20. I'm so sorry.
That seems about right.
First attack roll with this dice. Sorry. So that's going to be 16 piercing damage. And you are grappled.
Oh.
Luckily, it already used its bonus action to yank the harpoon free of the beautiful stranger. So you aren't being currently yanked, but you are impaled on a harpoon. The other one is going to look at the turtle that has just skidded through its legs and the Goliath that stands in front of it. And it is going to pull out a kind of a metal club that, to it is about this long, but to you is the size of a lamppost almost. And the thing crackles with electrical energy, and it's going to take one swing at each. So against Trevor, that is going to be a... that's the wrong giant. That's going to be a 12. And against Cosimo, that's going to be a 27 to hit.
That hits.
That misses.
Okie dokie. So, you're going to take 8 lightning damage, Cosimo, and I'd like a con save, please.
That is 21.
You feel the kind of the electricity rattle through you, but you've licked batteries before. You're fine. You've hot-wired cars and kind of stung yourself a bit. It's all good.
Just regular Saturday night.
You also get +5 on your saving throws because of my aura of protection.
He is more than 30 feet away from you.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's good to remember that. Best thing about having a paladin in the party. That was 8 points of lightning.
8 points. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Next up, we have Ovibos. You have a thing in you.
Can I use my bonus action to pull it out?
You can use your action to pull it out, or if you have something like a bonus action spell that might do something with that. You can also use an attack to try and damage the harpoon or the rope or something.
Yeah, I get 2 attacks. I was hoping I could pull the harpoon out and then use it as a weapon.
I mean, the metal part of the harpoon ends about a foot from your chest, and so you can see the rope that might be easier to break.
Okay.
So I'll let you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead first.
Oh, I was going to say, I'll allow you to use one attack as an athletics check to try and break it if you want.
Okay, yeah, I would like to try to break the rope. So I get a 16 on an athletics check to do that. Just sort of reach out and yard on it as hard as I can.
So this rope looks pretty damp, and like it hasn't been maintained the best. And yeah, with a 16, you see Overboss's muscles bulge and the rope kind of frays and snaps. So you have a harpoon sticking out of you, and it's not attached to anything.
And there's nothing nearby that's going to be useful as a natural weapon of some kind, right? I can't.
You have a harpoon sticking out of you.
If I push it through the other way, I'm guessing that's the way I want to go, right? Is that, or is it doesn't really matter?
You can do that.
I suppose it's not like barbed.
Oh yeah, it's barbed. Yeah.
Will it do more damage? I'm guessing if I pull it out the wrong way.
It's barbed.
Well. Yeah. I'm gonna pull it out.
Cool. Which way?
The wrong way, because I'm gonna heal myself either way, and I'm guessing that at least this way I'm not, creating a hole out the back end.
Oh no, it's like, yeah, it's through you.
Oh, okay. So all right. Well,
Yeah,
then I just
a giant.
I just
through it.
okay. So I just turn
I've
to
got a
the
nat
wall
20.
and I just shove it up against the wall so that it comes out the other side.
Great. Clang! It falls behind you, and you have a very bloody harpoon.
Awesome. And I believe
So that's one of your attacks.
Oh, that only counts as one
And-
attack. Okay.
That's one of your attacks, and I'll say your bonus and movement would have been pushing it
The
through.
rope?
So you still have one
So
attack.
I can still use it as an attack. Okay. So in that case, what I'm going to do is cast Stone Skin on myself.
Cool. That's an action, right?
Yeah, that's one action.
Yeah. So your action would be you're using
we
your
already used all my
action to
actions.
attack
Yeah, sorry,
with
sorry.
two attacks.
Yeah, I'll get there eventually.
No worries.
Okay, so in that case, then. How close am I to? Since I can't
You
move?
are about 40 feet away. So you would have moved. You would have probably used about 10 feet of your movement to run to the wall and chest bump
Yeah.
it. So you've
So I
still got
can't move
about
any-
20 feet.
Yeah. So I can move a little bit.
Yeah, you can probably
so,
half the
like-
distance.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna have much luck chucking this thing is my problem. So, and I can't cast.
You're pretty
spells.
proficient with weapons, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm all martial and simple weapons. So,
I mean, you feel like this is close enough to a big spear that you
Okay.
know.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna chuck it then. Let's do that.
Sweet.
And I'm,
Roll an
yeah, and I
attack.
can't. All right. So I don't even know what I would roll for that.
That'll be plus your strength modifier and your proficiency.
Right.
Strength or dex, whichever you prefer.
Sorry, I'm cheating. I'm using D&D Beyond, so I'm just like clicking buttons here.
No worries. So like a normal weapon attack.
Yeah. So that's a 25.
That'll definitely hit. So
Alright.
yeah, you throw this rusty harpoon at which of the frost giants? The one holding the rope or the one swinging the electric baton?
Who hurt my friend most recently, or my ally most recently?
The one swinging the electric baton did bump
Then-
Cosimo on the head.
Then that's the one.
Alright. So for this, roll 1d12 damage
Okay.
and add your strength modifier.
That is going to be a 9.
Plus your strength.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So that's going to be, all right, 9 points of damage on that first giant. Cool. That takes us to not Tom.
Hello. So, just to get an idea, am I close enough to one? Am I closer to one frost giant over the other?
Not really. They're basically standing one just behind the other's shoulder. They're next to each other, and they're about 40 feet down the corridor from you. Trevor is quite close in front. Cosimo is right behind. Zela, you don't know where they are. And Ovibos is kind of closed the distance a little bit.
Okay. I've changed my mind about what I'm going to do. I'm going to cast Flaming Sphere.
Nice.
It's a 5-foot diameter sphere, so can I center it so that they're both inside of the sphere?
I'll allow it. Yeah. I'll allow it that you can go bowling with it, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
So dexterity saving throw.
Okay, they are not the most dexterous. That is going to be. That's going to be a 12 and a 14.
Neither of those save.
Cool.
So take 2d6 damage and continue to take it unless they leave the sphere.
Sweet.
So that's 8 damage each. Fire damage.
Nice. They did not expect that. They go, which you know to mean they have magic. So that is your action, I believe.
Yes.
So you got your bonus and movement.
There's not much I can do as a bonus action besides Shillelagh, I think, but I don't have anything to cast it on. Am I far enough away from them?
You're 40 feet away.
I'm fine there.
Cool. You are the furthest away.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, that takes us back to the top of initiative, which I believe is Zela.
Okay, so tell me if this is a bit too much. Would you allow me to pluck a feather from one of my birds to use as the spell component, Conjure Volley?
What is the spell component?
But it basically says you need to hit a creature. Wait, no, that's the wrong spell I've got on. If you throw a piece of a non-magical weapon into the air, it sort of creates a barrage of that. So I want to make like a barrage.
Feather is not a weapon.
How about, are there any like bits of pebbles or gravel around?
Roll. You got crazy perception. No. Sorry.
Okay.
You do have shoes on.
So,
Your little kind of
It's halfling
sandly
one
things.
time, I've got an idea, and I take off one of my shoes, and I throw it into the air and use it to cast Conjure Volley. Can I create a circle of 40-foot diameter that catches them both and none of my allies?
You are either going to catch Cosimo or Trevor.
I'm going to say Trevor. Trevor looks like a big guy.
So you throw this prison flip-flop up into the air, and it bursts into a kind of a flock of prison flip-flops,
Yes.
and they shoot down like hail.
Yeah. They need to make a dex save, please.
Oh, crap.
More deck saves. Stop beating up my boys. Yeah, they failed. That is a 9 and a 3.
17.
That makes it.
Oh,
So let's see. That
was a whole lot of dice.
Yeah, let's just click the D&D Beyond, do the maths here. I'm not. Okay, so they both take 38 points of piercing, I assume. And Trevor Holt takes half of that, which is 19.
Hey.
Okay, so the one that was swinging the kind of lightning baton around looks pretty rough. Like he's got a flip flop sticking into one eye, but like it's actually really tiny compared to his eye. But it looks like it really got in there, and it's like he's bleeding from one eye. The other one is kind of like disconcerted as well. That was spicy. Nice. So that's your action, I assume. Any bonuses or movement?
I'm gonna move 30 foot further down the corridor.
Cool. You move 30 foot down the corridor, and with your crazy passive perception, you see a door, like way in the distance, like as the tunnel kind of slopes upwards slightly, just at the tip, you can see.
I think I see a way out, everyone.
Okay, so that's Cosmo.
So having kind of slid through the legs of these giants, like Cosmo's going to kind of spin round and just go like, "You guys need to work on your hygiene," and is going to cast Sacred Flame twice, with 2 attacks. So That would be.
I believe Sacred Flame is a cantrip, so that's a whole action.
Yes, it is. You're right. Okay, we're going to change and do something a little bit different. We're going to go for Cloud of Daggers instead, twice.
Okay.
Roll. That's just a roll.
So Cloud of Daggers, what are the rules for that again?
It is just a cube of 5 feet. It is just if you're within the cube, you take the damage.
Cool. Because I allowed Flaming Sphere to hit both, I'll allow Cloud of Daggers to hit both.
Okay. So that is...
I've taken away all the other options, so I feel it'd be mean.
So that's going to be at 3rd level. So they're going to take...
is that a save they need to make?
No. It's just...
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
straight up.
It's just a concentration spell, and as long as they're in that sphere, then they'll be hit.
Cool. I'm going to say this cost you one of your flip-flops as well. This is going to be a Cloud of Prison flip-flops.
Just the one flip-flop, though. Like,
yeah.
just losing that one.
Yeah, just like with Zayla's Summon Barrage, like, you, again, flick up one of your flip-flops, and it instead of multiplying into lots of flip-flops, it shatters into tiny shards of flip-flop, and they kind of vortex around.
What color were the flip-flops?
Kind of very grubby, hard to tell. They probably once were off-white, and now they're off-white.
Okay, cool. Okay, not quite where my mind was going, but that's good. 18 points of damage that they take for the first. How does that work out if it's just a concentration spell? Do I get to do that twice? Or do I do it now?
No, it means that that is your whole action. You have created this cloud, and as long as that cloud is around, then they are not going to be very happy. No. That was how many points of damage? 18.
18.
Okay. 64. Okay.
And I also took as well.
Absolutely, yes.
So I'm gonna cast. I had it up. Where has it gone? Yeah, it's gone. Spiritual Weapon. So I'm gonna cast Spiritual Weapon on.
That would be 2 spells in 1 turn. Sorry, you can do a spell and a cantrip, but not 2 leveled spells in a turn.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry, I gotta.
It's all good. It's all good.
I can wiggle on some stuff. I gotta be careful with the action economy. There's 5 level 20 characters here. Any other bonuses or movement you want to do?
No, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Cool. That's Trevor. So the guy that swung the baton is now really like weaving and kind of breath is coming hard. The other one looks pretty messed up as well.
I'm standing about 10 feet in front of them, and I will just look at them both and say, "You have both rolled 1 on the grand die," and I will twin spell Toll the Dead.
Ooh, okay, that's wisdom save if I'm correct,
yes, it is.
Right? Let's see how wise these security guards are.
But you are dumb.
That's going to be a 4 and a 14.
They both fail, so they're missing hit points. Darn, they're going to take 4d12 points of damage each.
Oof.
So, let's see. That's not very nice. One takes 27, and the other takes... That's not very nice either. 34.
So
just
as you
comes out,
as you declare their ill luck and their bad relationship with probability, a kind of a resonant sound rings out, and one of them just starts to like bleed from the nose and the eyes even more than so than the flip-flop and the ears, and just kind of starts to weave and falls. Let's see which direction they fall in. 1 will be on top of Trevor, 3 will be on top of Cosimo, 2 or 4 will be either side. That's a 1. So, Trevor, if you could roll a dex save, please.
God damn, dex save. Goliath versus and Dex, not very. 14.
Is he within 30 feet of me?
Yes, he is.
Add 5 to that.
19.
Lucky. Nice. That's why you take a paladin to the party. So you just managed to get out of the way just in time as this colossal form falls to the ground. The other one is like, one eye is kind of closing and like really doesn't seem to know much about where they are. Not having a great time. That is going to be the final security guard. He didn't expect this much resistance. He thought he was just going to go and shove some puny prisoners back in their cells, and this has all gone very wrong. So yeah, it's gonna run away. It's gonna take the disengage action and kind of stumble backwards, and then turn around and start booking it. But then sees Zayla in the way and kind of startles, but then sees that Zayla is small and kind of just better than the many opponents behind. So that takes us to Overboss.
So there's just one left who's fleeing, is that right?
Yes. Fleeing, like limping, bumping into walls, really looking messed up.
Looking pretty wounded. Is there any... Is there anything else around I could use as a weapon other than my...
So there is a harpoon sticking out of a dead giant.
Okay.
There is that giant's harpoon. There is that giant's club that it was swinging around. There are your flip-flops.
How far away am I from the wounded giant?
It would be... You were like 20 feet away, right? Before it started running. So that would be, let's say 50. 60.
So
sorry, you're 60.
Too far for my move unless I dash. I don't want to burn another spell slot on this guy. Are any of my friends wounded?
Cosimo has had a bit of a bump. Trevor has had a bit of a bump.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Oh, I reduced somebody to 0 hit points. Oh, cool.
Ooh, does that activate something fun?
It does. You see this 20-sided, die-like figure pull out of the dead frost giant and slam into my chest. As that activates Dark One's Blessing, and I gain 18 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Behold the power of Pythagorgon and the will of the Gematria.
How does this make everyone else feel in the party? You've just seen this hench dude kill a giant and then absorb some kind of energy from the dead body.
It's a little sketch to me, honestly, but hey, we gotta get through this first. We'll have a sit down and talk about morals later.
Cosimo's going to withdraw into shell. Just...
Zila can't hit because there's a giant in the way.
All right. So would I be able to use Misty Step as a bonus action to get close to the last giant and then grab one of those harpoons and just and get him with it?
You are, I think, 20 feet away from the dead body of the giant that has a free harpoon at its belt and a harpoon sticking in it. So you could walk there, grab it, and throw it. Or you could walk there, grab it, run and Misty Step, and stab it.
So I think what I'm going to do is run over, not dash, but run over to my giant, grab his free harpoon, and let's see here. I'm going to use Thunderous Smite as my bonus action.
Cool.
And so I'm going to throw that harpoon, and I checked, even though it's a melee weapon, if it's a thrown melee weapon, it counts. And so I'm going to throw it at him, and if I hit him, I'm going to do some extra damage. So
I love smites.
All right, so
Really?
we're gonna smite
I
this
don't know
guy
anything about
here. All right, so that's a 26 to hit, which I'm guessing hits.
Actually, he's
so
wearing
I-
like 10 suits of armor. Yeah,
Yeah, so Overboss reaches down, runs over, picks up the harpoon and yells, "Hey, you forgot something!" and throws it. It goes right through his shoulder, and then a thunderclap just explodes. And so
okay, so a D12 for the harpoon,
yeah,
plus your strength modifier, plus your
Yep.
thunderous smite damage.
Right.
All right, so that's I'm rolling like an asshole today. It's 2 for the and then the extra would be 7. Oh my god, 9. I'm such a great paladin.
Well, plus your strength modifier, right?
Oh, my strength modifier is 0, so that's why.
Oh,
That's
what's your dex modifier?
my dex modifier is. Oh no, sorry, my strength modifier is 3. My dex modifier is 0. Sorry, so that's
Okay.
12. Sorry.
12. Okay. Well, this guy had 2 hit points left. So that you say, "Hey, buddy, you forgot something." And he goes, "Huh?" And then he turns his head, but doesn't have time to turn his body. And so Zayla, you're on the other side of this guy. You see, like, you don't even see the harpoon really. You just see this kind of like shotgun effect of flesh burst out as there's this kind of booming noise, and then you can see, as the giant poof, flops to his knees, through the hole you see the rest of the prisoners at the other end of the corridor, and then he and as the thunderous noise echoes throughout this tunnel and starts to die down, you hear an eerie silence come over the tunnel as you gain your bearings again. What the fuck just happened?
I'm still recoiled on my shell.
I don't know anything about this, but let's steal their stuff.
So, corpse-wise, you have the 2 security guards and you have the handsome stranger.
Do they have belts on?
Yes, the security guards both have, well, giant-sized belts, and each belt had, well, each giant had a harpoon with a long rope and what for you lot would be a great club.
I mean, it's probably like multiple times bigger than me.
Yeah, you'd need a significant strength score to pick it up
Could
and to use it.
Is it like the kind of the belt with like a tongue on it? Could I extract the tongue of the belt to use as an improvised weapon of some sort at that scale?
Tongue?
Like, you know how, like the middle bit. Like this bit.
Oh no, it's one of those like.
No.
But with your 29 perception, you do see that the handsome stranger had a machete.
Ah.
It had a machete and a bunch of keys.
Oh god, you're gonna make me try and do a West Country accent, West Country accent and say machete. Right, I'm gonna try. Oi, there's a machete over there.
Cosmo is going to look at the handsome stranger and think like that's the sort of person that he'd normally be robbing under the bridge. So is quite happy to take that machete.
You've
if
wiped
no one
blood
else
off
is gonna
worse.
claim it.
So, Cosimo, you have what counts as a scimitar. So you can use Dex or Strength, and it's a D6 damage slashing.
Cosmo is going to refer to this throughout as a chib, like, rather than a scimitar or a.
I'd like to go for the keys.
Sure. So
And
you pardon?
And the club as well, if nobody else wants it.
So the keys you pick up, and it's like it's a kind of brass ring with 5 kind of quite kind of chunky keys. That kind of typical key shape. One that seems more like a kind of, one of those small keys with like a circular cross section, like you see on a lift next to the buttons. And the other is a kind of more of a small, like a car key. The club-wise, so this was something that a giant would wield with one hand. For you, it would count as a great club. So to use it in combat, you're going to need a strength of 15 or more. But it will do 1d12 bludgeoning plus 1d12 lightning damage plus then the opponent needs to make a con save or be stunned. But that's 2 hands, and you'll need strength of 15 to use it.
Can I climb inside the giant's pockets to see if there's anything in there?
Huge pocket fluff, like the size of a beach ball.
So it's the size of me.
Roll investigation.
Okay. Dirty 20.
You find a couple of really big coins that are, roughly the size of a plate. You find some huge fluff. You don't really find a huge amount in their pockets. They were.
Could I try and fashion those together into a shield?
I like it. What skill or spell would you like to use?
What tool? Okay. So the only tool I'm proficient in is the pan flute, which doesn't seem relevant. I would say, could I just try and use my dexterity to do it?
Mm-hmm. Roll.
So just a straight dex check.
And someone can help if they'd like to help. Unless you're all just spectating.
Yeah, I'll give it.
No, I'm helpful. Sure, yeah.
Okay, then roll with advantage, Zilla.
Okay, so another dirty 20 then, in my case.
Yeah, okay, you managed to kind of twist some of this pocket fluff into what resembles a cord, and kind of like you're wrapping a present almost, cross-wrap it around and make what could serve as a shield. Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh yeah, if you go right, yeah, like that. No, other way.
And then I was like, well, I don't actually use shields, but you look like you do, so you can have it. And I give it to everyone.
Wow. Thank you.
You have a pocket.
You good?
You have a pocket fluff and small chain shield.
Yeah.
That counts for some of my abilities, so that totally works.
You look like a shieldy sort of person, so that was fine.
Are there any cups or bowls or anything that we would have had for food, possibly, or anything like a container on any of the bodies?
I'll say roll investigation.
Oh, God. Pick all my... Oh, not bad. 16.
I will say that you find what to a giant would have been a small water bottle, but for you is like a kind of amphora, kind of like a big jug.
Even though I'm 7 feet tall.
Oh, true. Yeah. So for you, it's a quite big jug.
Okay.
It's like a human carrying an American football.
Okay. I will put some of the blood from the frost giants into this container and carry it and seal it up and carry it with me.
Nice.
For I need it for later.
You're there like hand squeezing chunks of giant flesh. Like you're trying to wring out a sponge. Great.
Is there a bonus on that shield, or what's the...
It's a shield that gives you +2 to your armor class, like a normal shield.
Got it. All right.
is there anything that could serve as a ranged weapon? As that's my thing.
So there are those two big harpoons.
Too big.
There is a rope. You could throw a flip flop. You still got one of them.
It's true. How big are that? No, their shoes would be a lot bigger than me as well. So
You could sit in one of their shoes.
yeah, that's all not going to work. You can make some improvised shoe armor. No, no, that's a bit.
You're gonna sit here and do some arts and crafts.
Yeah.
Is there anything left over in any of the cells that we've come out of? Is there anything like in those?
You go and look back into the cells, and through the open door, you see just blackness, darkness.
Well, I'm going in there.
Yeah, you don't even see the floor just inside the door. It feels like the light just stops there.
I think unless there's anything else, we probably need to get moving. We'll find more along the way.
The words of the handsome stranger echo in your mind. The things they've got planned for you, I'll explain later. Get it moving, but...
I wish I could. I wish he could have gotten a little bit more out before the harpoon went through him, but... we should probably get moving.
Goodbye, handsome stranger, whoever you were.
I close his eyes and whisper a prayer before we leave.
Nice.
I will reach out telepathically to my familiar and see if he's anywhere on this plane of existence. For I have Voice of the Chainmaster.
So you feel that your familiar is not in this plane of existence, is in the pocket dimension where they normally will go if they are dismissed or hurt. So you feel like you could...
Yeah. I will immediately summon Keon.
Who's Keon?
Keon appearing in just this strange, not very rapidly, but kind of forms into existence with this blue and white mist, is a small pseudo-dragon with glittering blue scales of multiple different hues, and just appears on my shoulder. Everyone, this is Keon. Keon, my temporary friends.
Peter Keon. It occurs to me we don't actually know each other's names, to be quite honest, either. So I only know Keon's name. I'm Zena, by the way.
Keon's
not
mask.
Tom.
Not Tom?
Yeah. Parents were original. My brother's Tom.
I'm Cosimo.
Keon's master is Trevalt, cleric of the North and warlock of the Gematria.
Yes, I'm Professor Ovabas Muscatus, retired, or rather on sabbatical, a very extended sabbatical. Also, Paladin and Green Knight, Lady of the North, Earth Warden, whatever titles don't really matter here, I suppose. So, Ovaboss or Ovi or Boss or whatever really honestly works fine with me. Just whatever's easy.
Nice to meet you all. Oh, I should also introduce my friends in here. And the bird sort of just hopped down my shoulders. We've got Mercy Jumps, the Right Honourable Constance Widdershins, Sponge Cake, Smelly Larry, Fernando de la Vega, The Hammer, St. Adebayo, and Vecna.
You see, one of the birds has one eye and one wing.
Yeah. And then they just get to my head.
I also
So,
have a friend, and I call my familiar Cricket, who is a cricket. He doesn't do much, but he's a good friend.
and how big is cricket? Is cricket like normal cricket sized, or are they a big cricket?
Just a normal cricket.
Okay, you birds don't eat that cricket. I can't actually understand your cricket.
Your cricket says. The cricket says, "Yeah, you keep them birds away. I've got nothing against them, but just like, yeah, I'm immortal, but I'm mortal."
That's it. That's an intriguing statement, but okay, birds don't eat that cricket.
Cosimo is looking a little bit hungry as well.
Not to worry, Keon is not a bird.
I'm so glad that you guys are all establishing such trust between each other.
I have never tried eating a dragon to date, so I won't start now.
I would not recommend it. Shall we?
Right.
course.
So there appears to be, you don't need 29 passive perception to notice that there appears to be one way to travel that isn't towards yourselves. And as you make your way up this slight incline in this dimly lit tunnel, you leave the carnage behind you and you try to emotionally leave it behind you, or maybe revel in it, Trevor. And you come to a door. Just a normal looking kind of plain metal door with a handle.
Can I investigate it for traps?
Sure.
I can't actually do anything about it if I find any, but I can see if there is one. Nat 20.
Ooh.
Put your 20s in the chat.
For 21.
It's a door. It's a perfectly normal door. It is locked, but it doesn't appear to be trapped. I think the assumption was that two huge giants with horrible weapons was probably enough. Wasn't.
I repeat all that to the party.
Can I try the keys on it?
Mm-hmm. So you have the five kind of very similar keys, and then you have the kind of smaller looking key, and then the little round one.
What's the lock look like?
It looks like a kind of like a wiggly slit.
Do I have any keys that look like they fit into a wiggly slit?
Roll intelligence.
Cool.
You're a wizard.
My intelligence modifier is 0, so
More of a hard work wizard rather than a raw talent.
yep. That's an 11.
An 11. You don't think it's one of the five identical or similar looking ones.
Cool.
And
You go.
Is it that car key like one, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just gonna start shoving keys into the hole and see if one works.
eventually you find that it's the small khaki looking one that's clink, and it creaks gently open. On the other side,
I raise my fluff shield and kind of look at it and wince a little bit.
still looking as mean as heroic as you can, the door swings open, and on the other side you see a stone floor. It's also kind of dark and dimly lit, but more in a kind of distant directional way. And we're going to go into more detail on that after our first little break.
Ugh.
I feel like we need to gather our minds a little bit, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back to this chamber. welcome back for part 2 of our adventure. Let's do a little bit of a shuffle, and then we'll be ready to go. So as you step through the small metal door from this simultaneously cavernous and claustrophobic tunnel that you've been in, you step into a huge, cavernous, not quite void-like, but immense space. You can see the floor, stone floor, worked square tiled stone. You can see the wall that the door that you've come through is in, and you can see a wall to one side. So you're in the corner of some sort of space, but you can't see the ceiling. You can't see the opposite walls. It's very dark. There's kind of little kind of spots, motes of light hanging in the air that dimly illuminate what you can see. And Zayla, with your incredibly high perception, you hear a slight trickling of water in the background. Not like a river or anything, but like a leaky tap, or the aftermath of spilling a glass.
There's water in here somewhere if any get thirsty.
In the center, well, opposite the corner, in the direction away from the corner, so towards the center of this space, you see a hulking shape, some kind of object. It doesn't seem to be a being, but it's a kind of, you can tell it's some kind of mechanical thing.
I just raise my shield and say, "You all best stay behind me. I don't like the look of that."
Shall we have a look then, I guess?
So you get closer.
I try really hard not to make my flip-flops make flips or flops.
Roll a dex check. No, stealth, which is dex, but if you've got proficiency.
Yep. I get a 16 on that.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Like, those of you who are close to Overboss can hear a slight patter, but it doesn't sound like it's kind of echoing out. You don't hear any returning reverberations. It's pretty impressive for flip-flops. As you get closer to this... Oh, go.
You go. I was just saying, I was going to tuck my remaining flip-flop in my belt or top or something, just so it's...
Yeah, I was going to do the same, rather than walking, kind of like one foot higher than the other.
So tucked in like a sidearm.
Yeah.
As you approach the contraption, your sense of scale kind of comes into play, because it was pretty far away. You're walking for a good 30 seconds before you get to it. And it is massive. It is a gargantuan wheel the size of a 5 or 6 story building. Human scale for the Goliaths and gnomes in the audience. The wheel is made of dark, damp wood with grimy adornments of glass and brass protruding from the hub. Slightly set into the floor, there's a trench that the wheel slightly runs in. At one end, there's a branching network of gutters and channels that seem to spread out into the darkness. On the other side, bundled cables, varying in thickness between this and this, spool and wind their way away from the hub down to the floor and away in the opposite direction from that which you came.
And the wheel's not turning, correct?
It's not. It's motionless. It's silent. And you are, I'm going to say 30 feet away. You are looking up at this huge wheel.
Is there any sign of movement inside it? I think you said there's glass panels.
There are kind of like glass orbs and brass antennae kind of arranged around the axle, the hub of the wheel. I'm going to make you roll for perception because I can't just keep giving stuff away for a 29.
Not 20.
Get out of here.
Perception.
Boo!
Fine, instead of a 29, I'll have a 34.
What is the total?
34.
Oh, Jesus.
They're good at two things and nothing else.
So Zayla's eyes roll back in their head. And they have a vision. Your eyes and senses kind of take in a lot around you, and for a nat 20, I've got to reward that. So you see at the base of the wheel, just to one side of the trench, there seems to be a lectern or something with some grimy metal paneling and some stuff on it. Your eyes trace some of the gutters and trenches running off in one direction, and you see that they branch out, and each of those branches hits the bottom of, and this is something that the rest of you can't see in this dark, a stepped edge to this chamber. Big steps, like 5-foot steps, that rise up, and these trenches also continue. And your eyes cast the other way, along the cables, and you see that they snake away in one direction. And your hearing tells you, with that nat 20, from the echoes of some of the flip-flops and the drips of water and the trickling that you can hear, that this cavern is hundreds of feet across, but it is not infinite. And it seems very quiet, very empty, apart from the trickling of water that you can tell is coming from the direction of those gutters and steps, and the breathing of your companions.
I relay all that back to them.
So the wires and cables are just heading out into the darkness. We can't see where they kind of end at this point.
Just a quick
But
question.
in the opposite direction from the network of gutters.
Is the world we're from like technological enough that we know what wires and cables are in that sense?
Yes. Yeah. You haven't come necessarily from pseudo medieval worlds. I will let each of you decide what kind of worlds your characters came from, because you have been plucked to this place.
Cosmo wants to follow the cables. We've established earlier likes to lick batteries, so he can sense that like some form of electrical current and wants to follow it.
I mean, I'm up for that, but while we're here, should we look at this lectern thing?
I mean, you can split
Yeah,
the
I'm up
party
on
if
my
you want.
own. Yeah, I don't know you really, so
I'm going to send Keon flying into the darkness to go investigate where the cables go.
Okay, so we've got Keon and Cosimo, Team Cable. And we've got Team Table, which is Zayla and anyone else who wants to look at the lectern.
I'll do that. This whole place seems unnatural, but at least I get the concept of a lectern. So
Yeah, I mean, a lectern is basically an altar for nerds, and you're
Right.
a holy warrior.
Yeah. Holy nerd.
Not Tom and
Gonna say
Trevor.
Or no, a cloistered scholar background. So
Nerd.
I left my ivory tower. Okay.
Ivory. That's not very Oath of the Ancients. That's sustainable.
It's mammoth ivory, it is.
It's part of the problem. Yeah, right.
So let's go with team table first. So Zayla and Ovibos. You're examining this kind of lectern. As you get closer, roll investigation. Yes.
Okay,
and I'll ask you to roll separately.
Okay. Well, that's a nat 1 to balance out my nat 20.
This is an altar for nerds. That's what Zayla knows.
Do with your lecterns and your fancy stuff.
Ovibos?
I got a 12.
So with a 12, you see that there are a few things on this what looked to be a lectern. It's a kind of block of stone protruding out of the ground with a sloped panel at the front, and there's a kind of a brass plaque that appears to be wet and weathered and somewhat corroded. There's some lettering there, but you can't read all of it. And there is a large lever, which is very obvious, and some kind of flattened area. But there's quite a lot of corrosion and gunk and stuff, so you can't see super clearly.
I don't think we want to turn it on, whatever it is. Do I get a sense from looking at it? I know that there was some sort of powering down sense that something shifted. Looking at all of this, do I get the sense that it was operating up until recently, or has it been inoperable for a really long time?
Ooh, roll Arcana.
All right. That is a 12.
With a 12, this thing has some kind of magical power. It's definitely not a normal wheel. This panel, seems like it has relevance to the wheel, but you can't read the script. Everything in here looks kind of grimy, but then everything in here looks kind of grimy, so it's hard to tell comparatively.
Can I recognize what the language is, or do I have a sense of what the language is?
What language do you speak? And then we'll go to not Tom for a sec.
Common, Draconic, Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Interesting. You recognize some of the symbols as being primordial family, but it's not exactly primordial. Not Tom. You were going to say something.
I was just wondering if I could also. I've been interested by the magic in the table now, or in the wheel, I guess. And I was wondering if I could also roll Arcana to investigate it, or investigation.
Mm-hmm. Your choice. If which one you roll, in fact, roll both. You'll get different info for each.
So Arcana is a 25.
Ooh, nice.
Investigation is a 3.
It's a lectern. You've seen lecterns. Arcana-wise, you can tell that partly the fact that it is so huge and seems to be the only thing of prominence in this chamber means that it must be either very powerful or very important or both. You get the sense that with a 25 that you've seen arcane ways of kind of changing different sorts of energy into other sorts of energy, and this definitely takes energy that is kind of psychic in nature, and physical in nature, and turns it into something that is more usable and harnessable. And you could also tell from that.
I tell everybody that.
You could also tell from that the power probably comes from something to do with the trench. And it goes through the cables.
Relay that to.
I don't claim to understand the faintest bit of what you just said, but that sounds mighty important.
I think it sounds evil. No offense. Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to pause there and we're going to go to Team Cable. So that's Cosimo and Travolt's pet dragon. So you follow the cables. It's no sound but the gentle padding of Cosimo's reptilian feet and the occasional flapping and snorting of what was your familiar's name again?
Keon.
And after a couple of minutes, the darkness behind you, you take a look over your shoulder, and the darkness has consumed the wheel and the other people there. Doesn't seem kind of magical darkness or aggressive in nature like your cell. It's just you have walked and walked. And then there's a point where you can't see anything in front of you or behind you apart from these cables leading out into the darkness. And then an even larger shape looms out of the darkness. And you see, again, your sense of scale is kind of off at first because it's very dark and it's actually very distant. But as you get closer, you realize you found the edge. You found the edge of the room, and you found the biggest pair of double doors you have ever seen. This makes the wheel look tiny. They're twice the height of the wheel, and they are, as wide as a street. They are beautiful, kind of Art Deco brass and wood with like really decorated frames, and they're kind of grimy like the rest of the room, but you can tell that they're absolutely beautiful. And these cables split like a capital Y into two forks, two bundles, and each of them leads into the wall at the base of one side of the doors.
Are the two bundles of cables identical? Are they different in any way?
Yeah, they seem, as far as you can tell, they seem identical. I mean, the cables, it's kind of hard to tell the difference between any of them. They, Oh, what's your intelligence or Arcana?
Roll an Arcana.
Yeah.
All right. 14.
They seem pretty similar. Yeah, no noticeable difference.
Can I roll an Arcana check perceiving through my familiar?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Your connection with your familiar is so inherently magical that you can sense.
That will be a 27.
Damn, these proficiency bonuses at level 20.
Yeah.
27. You can tell that these doors are inherently magical themselves. They are not just big and beautiful, they are very powerful. And they guard a very important threshold. I mean, you wouldn't put huge ornate magical doors on any old threshold. And you can tell that with a 27? Jeez. You can tell that if enough of the right sort of energy went into these doors, that you might get some control over them.
Keon turns to Cosimo, and you hear Trevalt's voice as he speaks. This wheel generates something that will open these doors. Perhaps we should move it.
Well, Cosmo was like, well, that was fucking weird. So just talk to me. Yeah, sure. Back then, and back to let the rest of the group know, I guess.
Cool.
Well, there's this lever. Are we sure we want to do this, though?
Keon vanishes from the side of Cosimo and reappears next to Trevalt as he stands up. Pull the lever.
Do you pull the lever? Clunk. And the clunk echoes out through the space. Nothing noticeable happens. Your hands are kind of grimy. There's a silhouette of where the lever was in the up position. There's a silhouette of not grime.
I put it back. It's busted.
Should we look at the other direction to see if it's a problem coming from there?
I mean, sounds reasonable to me.
Where's the dripping coming from? The wheel itself?
I think it's the gutters.
Yeah, the dripping is... The dripping and running water sound is coming from the direction in which the gutters run. The direction from which the gutters run.
Can I make an investigation check or something to see if I can figure out if there's something like stuck or blocking the wheel, or like something that's not plugged in, or just
Sure.
kind of if I can see the general flow of the system?
Yeah. And because you've probably had a few minutes to do this with some company, I'll give you advantage because
Okay.
Cosimo and Trevor have been making their way back. Well, actually just Cosimo's been making his way back.
Well, that's great. My second roll was a natural 20.
Nice.
So it's a 22. Yeah.
Nice.
So many good rolls.
We love a crit.
Woo.
So you noticed that there is something under the grime. That this panel, you kind of wipe some of the kind of corroded metal and algae off. And yeah, there is a panel about that big with several lines of writing in a text that you recognize as primordial related. But also that flat area wasn't just a flat area. It's a kind of glass gauge with a needle on it and 10 increments. The first 8 of which are white, then there are 2 green ones, and then after that it's red. You also find a small keyhole with a kind of round, kind of hollow cross section.
Oh, we got one of those.
I have the key for that. I have it. I put the key in and give a little twist.
I can't make out the script here. It looks like it might be related to primordial, but does anyone else?
We'll
know
get
what
to the
this
reading
is?
it in a sec because Notom has
Sorry.
just turned the key.
Okay, never mind.
The instructions can come after the consequences.
Sounds perfect. And I'm sort of like, okay.
The key kind of sticks a little bit because like I said, the lock is kind of grimy. but then and there are some kind of small motes of blue light kind of light up around the edge of the panel, and they outline the written panel, and the beginnings of a line of light run kind of away from the panel and across the floor, but only for a few feet until it peters out. But it's kind of pulsing, that line.
I look to see if the instructions are in Elvish, Gnomish, Goblin, Sylvan, or any of the languages of the small woodland animals I know.
No, you can't. You don't recognize these symbols.
Nope, don't know what that is.
I've got Druidic, Elvish, and Giant.
You... I don't think you would recognize... No, you would not recognize them.
Am I back at this point?
Yes, yeah. You were at that point where, you know, just like when you're on like a really wide river and you can't see either bank, you couldn't see the doors or the wheel, but you know you're following the cables. And then you hear a kind of but wait. And you see a little bit of illumination where there wasn't before, and you follow and you arrive.
What are you doing, lads?
You see them kind of like all gathered around this kind of plinth thing and kind of scratching their heads. And like, what does that mean?
So I'm going to see if something I can read as well. So it'd be Aquan, Celestial, Common, Orc. Well, Common, obviously, but Orc.
So as Ovibos says, I think it's kind of something primordial, and then you walk over and you're like, oh yeah, no, you've read this. Yeah, this is Aquan.
Yeah.
Which you would know is the water dialect of primordial.
Well, I can read this. So yeah, have a closer look. And
so there is one line of text at the top in the center, and then 5 kind of lines of text under that. So you can't make out all the words because, again, some of the metal is corroded, but it's kind of like the title is kind of wheel, blah, 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 creation. And then 1, blah, 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 quest to initiate. 2, maintain, blah, 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 manually. 3, blah, 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 blah. 4, access, blah, 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 blah. And then caution. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't like that last bit. But just relay this to everyone else.
Okay. I am of
presumably
no help here.
If I cast
Okay.
mend on the thing, will it make it easier to read?
Ooh.
That's so
Mending is
good.
one of my favorite cantrips. Rules as written, it's borderline, but I'll allow it. Yeah. Yes. Interesting. So so how do you cast mending? How do you manifest this magic?
I kind of just lay my hands on it. Normally I would have something maybe to help out here, but instead I just put my hands directly on it, then kind of push the mending into the stone.
Nice. So the corrosion on the panel seems to kind of almost like you're watching it in reverse. It kind of reforms into lovely polished brass, which is the only clean thing in this entire place.
Well done.
Well, that's fancy.
Clutch cantrip. And so, Cosimo, you can now read the entire panel. The title is Hamster Wheel of Content Creation. Number 1. Complete quest to initiate. Number 2. Maintain momentum manually. Number 3. When power level is between 9 and 10, pull lever. 4. Access atrium. Caution. Overload will result in release of break goblins.
Okay, so does one of us need to like go inside the wheel and like spin it round or something?
On the kind of on the no, go ahead. Sorry, that's right. Go ahead.
So I would relay this back to everyone, make sure that everyone knows. Power between 9 and 10. Is there any sort of like markings to indicate power level?
So when you saw that gauge, and there were 10 increments. The first 8 were white, then the next 2 were green, and then after that it was red.
Something about a quest to initiate?
Is that the gutter?
There's that blinking beginning of a line on the floor in light.
Do we have to follow
Does it? Yeah, can we follow the line?
As you step onto the line, it extends a little bit. And then
Do I
you
have
step.
to leave the key in?
Pardon?
Do I have to leave the key in?
You turn it and take it out. Everything turns off.
Okay.
Should we take that one key off the key ring so we don't have the others left behind?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Cool. So the light starts up again, and you start to follow it. And first of all, it takes you to like you follow the kind of main trunk of the channel, and then it starts to fragment, almost like a river delta in reverse. And the line follows the branching of the paths. At each branch, it kind of gives you a little choice, and whichever one you follow, it extends until you get to the base of these big step sides of the room. And just as the channel reaches the bottom of the steps, a little door appears, almost as if it's kind of would have been imperceptible had the light not run itself around the edge of the door. And it opens, and like clothes racks almost of equipment just kind of roll out in kind of a long continuous, like an infinite charity shop. And it's full of all your typical adventuring gear. So you can now have access to any non-magical equipment that you will need or want, or your character would want from this.
Including weapons and armor?
Including weapons and armor. Yes, this is a tooling up scene.
Quick point of order: are we tracking arrows here?
No, you can find a quiver of arrows.
Yeah.
I just look at everyone and I say, are we? I think this was supposed to happen. Or our escape wasn't an escape. This is... I don't trust
This feels
any of this.
premeditated. Yeah.
It is simply the will of Gematria. The numbers are assigned.
We really need to talk when this is all over.
You guys are all saying this as you're having your like badass kind of tooling up montage. You know, you're strapping weapons to yourselves, putting on armor.
Can you get my buckles?
So let me know when you are feeling equipped and tooled up.
Okay.
We have to say what we take.
No, I trust your judgment and tell me when it comes up. But yeah, actually, yeah, let's do it. Let's do a cinematic little montage so that the audience can see what you got. All right. So what does Not Tom put on and grab?
Not Tom finds some leather armor first and foremost, and puts that on, and then goes to find what could have been a quarterstaff for a shorter human person, but functions as a walking stick for them, and any sort of pouch to carry the spell components, and if there's spell components, to put those in the bag as well.
Yes, magic users, you will find spell components for any spell that says, you know, there's no monetary value and no consumable stuff. You get all of that. And then any of your spells that take, consumable components, you have enough to cast them each once. So this is to simulate just having kind of, grab bags of miscellaneous stuff. The leather armor does smell a little musty. It's damp.
Right, I can't smell.
All right, Cosimo, what are you tooling up?
So as this begins, Cosimo is going to want to start playing his drum, which is made out of the plastron of the front of his belly. So the kind of soft, fleshy bit to the front of the turtle. Would you like me to roll for that, or just assume that I'm starting to play?
Yeah, roll performance.
Okay.
But because it's an instrument you've been playing since you were born, have advantage.
So that would be 22.
Lovely. So what are you drumming?
So you just start to. It's like a fairly repetitive rhythmic tune, where you just starts to like hum along to it, going legally distinct. Hero turtle, legally distinct. Hero turtle, legally distinct. Hero turtle, stabbing in a half shell. Turtle power. And as you're doing that, like putting on hand axes, he's got a long bow. And now, like, underneath we had the rainbow paint, which was like an eye mask. There is an eye mask on top of that now. And like does
a double rainbow!
Double rainbow, and does a ripple
way.
top on
Oh
end.
my god.
And he's good to go.
Sick. Overboss.
I go up and immediately am attracted to a suit of plate mail that appears to be made out of some sort of like ancient creatures' scales or parts of some sort of armor, basically like a glyptodon, but that's sort of made out of this sort of bony material.
These overlapping bony plates.
Yeah, exactly. Like they look kind of old and wet and weathered, almost like they're fossiliferous or something. And then I grab a shield and pick up a long sword and buckle it around my waist and say,
So you're getting rid of your lovely giant coin shield? Your coin and pocket fluff shield?
I'm a little worried it might catch fire, or something. And also it's really important to me. I don't want anything to happen to it. It's a souvenir I'll always have of this place. And so I, very carefully like tuck it into my backpack and pull up a shield and say, this I don't mind getting roughed up, I'm ready.
Amazing. I love the Glyptodon armor. Zayla.
So Zayla is basically just going to go straight for the bow and arrows. Just cramming as many arrows in there as possible. Going to get some leather armor. And then they're literally just going to be like every single like possible piece of generic adventuring gear you can think of. Like they spend a lot of time just doing stuff out in the woods on their own, so they want all the tools, all of them.
You're ready to go camping.
Yeah, just Raymir's style.
Trevor.
Trevor finds this suit of just slightly rusty scale mail and an equally rusty shield. And searching through the various components, he finds some blue paint and begins just coating the shield and the scale mail until it's this kind of like not quite decent blue, but more of this sickly, like kind of, it just doesn't look pretty blue. And then dons it, pulls up a longsword and a shield, and just begins to smile wickedly as there's this large pouch that is just shoved full of material components and a single crystal sitting around his neck. I am ready.
With
And
that glint.
he pours the blood from the frost giant into a series of small vials and then corks them and puts them in the pouch.
Yeah, there's like a bandolier of giant blood vials. Yeah. Okay,
You
so
said
with
any spell with a consumable, right?
I think I know what spell you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yes.
Right
I
on.
said it. I got to stick to it.
Just asking.
It's going to be fun. It's one of my favorite spells if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh no, it's 3rd level.
So, as you you finish your tooling up montage, and the preparatory gravitas kind of hits you. Just as suddenly as they arrive, the racks and racks and racks of equipment kind of rocket back into the door, and the door slams shut. Bam! The light goes away, beep, 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 and it's as if there was no door there. But the string of light does continue up these big stairs and along one of these channels.
Shall we do that, I guess?
So as you kind of follow and kind of climb up these large stairs, I guess, Trevor is going to have to help Zayla, or there's going to have to be some kind of teamwork, because these are 5-foot steps.
Can I get a piggyback from someone?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Come on.
There we go. So you got a wealth of options.
I was like considering just like tossing the gnome up each step as he like climbs on the back of somebody. So damn it.
Well, I mean, no offense to you, sir, but you kind of seem a bit evil, so I'm not going to go with you.
I am as the whim of the die rolls.
I don't know what that means, sir.
See.
I look forward to it. How about you not, Tom? You don't look like you're going to be up in combat anyway, so
Probably not.
you can have like a sniper turret that is me on your shoulders then.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so how are we proceeding up? So we've got Zayla on Notom's shoulder. I'm assuming Trevor is kind of Goliathing their way up there. His way up there.
Yeah, I'll stop and like reach a hand out and pull everybody up and then rinse, repeat.
So you get to the
nice
top
for now.
You get to the top, and Trevor, you feel like you've had a bit of a workout, but you're not kind of absolutely knackered. Zayla, you're very chill, and the rest of you, you feel like you've been climbing. It's not something you're always used to, but you don't feel like you would have kind of exhausted yourself. As you get towards the top, and you can see the wall above these steps, so you're getting towards the edge. You see, as you crest the last step, this channel in the floor meets a circular opening in the wall, and it is dark like your cells.
Oh boy.
I would like to cast Barkskin on myself now.
Cool. So Barkskin, what's the duration on that? And that's concentration, right?
It's an hour, yeah. Oh, is it concentration?
Cool. I don't know. I'm not sure. Barkskin. It is, but it's concentration, but it lasts for an hour. So,
I mean,
cool.
I have I've got dark vision anyway, so that might help. But do any of you need this lantern that I picked up in my million items of tools?
Does anyone not have dark vision?
My familiar does. I do not.
No, I don't think I do.
What
So is so I think Jax is a half elf. I think Ovibos is a half elf. So that'll have dark vision. But the darkness you see in this opening is like the light stops at the entrance to it.
Well, that's mighty unsettling.
So you hold up your lit lantern, and you get a lovely view of the dark, wet stone around you, and this kind of, couple of foot wide channel in the ground, the rough stone of the wall, but nothing within this opening.
I grab one of my 1,000 ball bearings and throw it into this.
Wait. I touch the ball bearing, and it begins, and I cast the cantrip light on it.
Ah, smart.
So, you light the ball bearing, throw it into the entrance, and as the ball bearing crosses the threshold, it disappears.
Oh, I don't like it.
Damn it.
And you, Zayla, you've got that same perception. You do not hear a clink of it hitting anything.
I didn't hear no clink there.
Cosmo's going to cast Shield of Faith and just jump through.
I mean, I was going to stick like the end of my one of my axes through the end, but okay, I'll just follow in.
We've got rope.
No, I'm in. I'm going. I'm through.
Oh God. I'm going to use a divine sense.
Cool. Divine sense, that allows you to sense undead, celestials, fae, and fiends, right?
Yep, within 60 feet.
You sense. You don't sense any. You don't sense any of that sort of being.
Okay.
She senses a fiend.
Ooh.
So
the pseudo dragon on my shoulder.
You sense a definitely not evil.
Yeah,
just loves numbers. Definitely not evil. You sense a small fiendish presence on the shoulder of your companion.
And I just I sort of close my eyes, put my hands out, try to perceive, and then start, and then turn around for a moment. And, oh, right, of course.
Keon just smiles at you. This draconic toothy smile, just like hello.
Adorable, lovely little friend you have there. So we're just jumping through this thing?
Ground?
I'm sorry.
Can I sit on the ground and just like scooch my feet in and see if there's a floor on the other side?
Smart.
Interesting. Roll perception.
Oh God.
Or you can roll sleight of hand if you want. Sleight of foot or perception.
Perception's better, actually. It's not too bad. That's a 18 total.
You feel grass.
I say that out loud to people.
Well, you still have your feet, so it's grass sounds great. Let's do this. I walk through.
I'm gonna stand up and go in.
Trevor, do you follow, or are you gonna hang back and see if there's any screams?
We didn't hear the ball bearing, so that means it went into grass. Step through.
And as we step through, Cosimo, you were the first through. You leap through. The power of your shield of faith kind of surrounding you in a layer of protection. But then when you get there, it doesn't really seem like you need protection. You're on a lovely, beautiful, sunny, green hillside in a rolling landscape. You can hear birds in the trees. You can hear insects buzzing in the grass. You can see a placid little lake near the base of the hill. And then from behind you come what order did you jump through after Cosimo? I believe it was Zelo next. So you kind of come through and immediately kind of bump into the back of Cosimo's shell. And then you both move aside to make room for Notom, and well, actually you turn around and you see a little pair of feet stick through. Kind of feel around. And then you see Overboss and Notom come through. And finally, Trevor steps through with a kind of slightly kind of what's the expression on Trevor's face as he's walking through this portal?
Steady, and then once his boots hit the grass, just disappointment.
Behind you is still a flat black circle hovering in a couple of inches off the ground, the same size as the opening in the wall.
Is there any signs of life or animals or anything around here?
Roll nature.
24.
So there's a rich variety of bird species in the local woodland that you can make out, and you can hear all sorts of different stridulations of different sorts of insects in the undergrowth. You don't see many kind of large fauna. Oh wait, you do. Oh, over there you see one very large looking piece of fauna. You see a kind of long, fat amphibian looking creature. It's probably about 6 feet in diameter, maybe a bit more, and many more in length. It's got blue skin, which rises and falls with its breath as it sleeps. It's having a nap by the lake. Multiple little... Pardon?
So there's a big old newt over there. We don't want to wake it up.
It has lots of multiple pairs of little stubby legs folded neatly underneath its bulk. It just seems to be sleeping.
A couple questions. One is, can I roll nature to see if I know what that animal is?
Yeah, nature or arcana, whichever you prefer.
I prefer nature. That's a 27 for me.
This is a behir. It is elementally attuned to electricity and lightning. It has a kind of a lightning breath attack. It's carnivorous. Generally pretty dangerous, although the 5 of you are pretty dangerous.
That's not a newt. We should be quite quiet. Are there trees and things around as well, or is it just a
Yeah,
grassy
there's
plain?
kind of lightly wooded, like little copses of trees. You're not in a forest per se, but yeah, rolling kind of grassland with some tree cover.
How far away
I look at. Oh, go ahead.
So the Bahir is at the bottom of the hill, so I'll say 60, 80 feet away at the bottom of the hill, by the edge of the lake. I think that was Zilla's question. What was boss?
So I can commune with nature, but it's one of my more powerful abilities and would limit what I can do later. I could also just try to talk to one of these birds.
I mean, I could just talk to them without even spells, if you want to do that.
If I do
Oi,
commune
birds!
if I do commune with nature, it allows me to gain information about the land, if there are any other planes of existence exerting themselves on this strange place, any buildings nearby that we might go visit.
So while you're considering whether to use that powerful ability, Zilla, you said "Oi, birds," yeah?
Yeah.
So the first thing that happens is that a chorus of voices from your hair say, "Yeah, what?" And also, you then hear a secondary chorus of voices all around you say, "Yeah, what? Yeah, what? Yeah, what? What? Yeah, yeah, what?"
It's okay, like, my friends up here, like, I'm just working out where we are. Hello, birds. Would you happen to know where we are?
On a hill. On the ground.
Is there any kind of, like, settlement around here?
Got a nest. Got a nest. Got a nest. Got a nest. I got a nest. I don't have a nest. I got a nest. You want to be in my nest? No.
I mean, if they're like people like the tall folks like us.
Nah.
Are any of you migratory? See anything interesting away from here?
Hills. Ground.
Well, thank you very much. Here, have some
You got
of
any
my
crumbs?
I like crumble up some rations and scatter them.
Crumbs. The rest of you hear the frenzied cheeping of small passerine birds as they flock around Zilla and gratefully gobble up these crumbs. But Zilla, you hear crumbs. Cheers, mate. Crumbs.
Okay, so they were not precisely helpful. They haven't seen any other like people around
In their
here.
defense, they're not the smartest.
Well, I mean, apparently they don't migrate except just more hills. So I'm not saying that they should know, but just they didn't help us in our purposes.
Did the noise wake up the big, gross, newt-like, multi-legged lightning spewing thing?
Roll perception.
Shit. Not bad. What's my modifier? +3, 17.
You see it start to stir and kind of stretch and sniff the air.
Up the hill.
Is the portal still behind us, or are we trapped here?
Yes, the portal is still behind you.
I cast Pass Without Trace on us while the thing is waking up. My
That's
bark
awesome.
sting goes away though with concentration.
Okay.
It'll have to follow us, and then we'll have the high ground, and it won't be able to win.
So
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right, Zayla.
Okay, so now you all have +10 to your stealth.
That's good, because I have disadvantage on stealth checks because of my armor.
Okay, so if you're going to try and evade detection, I'd like you all to please roll stealth.
And I have a plus 20 on
crap.
stealth as a result of that.
I rolled the exact same thing. Huh. Oh, but it's plus 10.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what do we have in terms of stealth checks?
I got a 20.
So we got 20. Cosmo.
38.
38.
He stealths into the next part of the game, like next week.
I rolled an 18, I got plus 10, and then another plus 10, so...
Wow. Okay, so 20, a 38. Overboss.
I got a natural 20 and then a 19. So I take the 19.
Wow.
I don't know how that I have plus 0
So
on
that's
this roll.
that's a 29 then.
No,
With-
I have a natural 20 was I have a disadvantage as well because of my plate
Oh,
armor.
but with the plus 10 from Pass Without Trace, it becomes a
Oh.
29.
Yeah, 29, that's right. Yeah, so I don't know how
Okay.
that happened.
Zilla.
5, which gives me 26.
God damn it. Revolt.
15.
Okay.
I rolled a 2 on 2 dice. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
And I'm
that's
only
rough,
plus
buddy.
3. But plus 10 makes it 15. I am not
Okay.
proficient in stealth. I am a warlock.
So if the Bahir was trying to detect you based on sight or sound alone, then I think that group check would have definitely passed it, because it's also trying to smell for you. Trevor, what kind of unstealthy smell might exist? And the party has one chance to try and stealthify that unstealthy smell.
Well, other than being in prison and having a bandolier of blood vials and all sorts of very interesting components in his pouch, the armor itself was rusty, a little bit, just like the leather between the scales is a little bit moldy, and all of the blue paint that he put over the shield and the armor. And it just kind of looks right.
So smelling a little bit like a cross between a locker room and a hardware store.
Pretty much. Yeah. Effectively, he smells like a hockey locker room.
Can
Not
I
Tom.
do prestidigitation to make the smell go away?
Nice. Yes, I love a story cantrip.
that's
Yes, so you you use your magical power to it doesn't necessarily fix the kind of dents or rust on the armor, but it does make it smell really of nothing. It doesn't smell particularly good, it doesn't smell particularly bad, it just doesn't really have much of an aroma. Okay, so the Bahir at the bottom of the hill kind of looks around and sniffs, and you all kind of duck down into the grass, and the magic of your Pass Without Trace causes the grass to kind of come together in front of you to provide a little screen. You are still safe.
Thank you for that. If you die, I will try and raise you from the dead.
I think you
It's
should
not
just.
Tama.
I think, please, if I die, leave me dead.
It's okay. I got you.
Well, shall we carry on up the hill? Because then we can get a good view of our surroundings and be further from this beast.
Sounds good.
And there's
So-
I'm kind of thinking about how we've been sort of led here, and I'm sort of looking around to see if there's is the little green light still here? Is there the little lines on the ground? Is there anything that looks like it's supposed to be, we're supposed to be looking, heading for that?
Roll
Anything
perception.
that's watching us as well. Anything that is keeping an eye on what we're up to.
12.
You see the sun. That's a light. You don't really see any other light. Cosimo, you're looking for stuff that might be watching.
Yeah, well, other than the birds, unless the birds are in it. But yeah, anything else that is kind of keeping an eye on what we're up to.
Yeah, roll either perception or investigation.
Oh, perception. No, that's a 8.
Birds, they're here. Bugs.
Oh, wait, I've just had a thought. Right, we need to power that thingamabob. Electric beast down there. Does that somehow do a thing?
It uses electricity.
It is a hamster wheel of content creation.
I don't know nothing.
We could get it to follow us into the room, maybe.
I think we need to provoke it.
But wouldn't that just be cruel? I mean, it's so happy out here by the lake and living its life.
Well, shall
It
we,
does look pretty content down there. It seems to be kind of, that kind of cartoon snoring when it's like.
Well, shall we look around first before we do anything rash, like fighting a big old newt monster?
Also, does anybody remember what the thingamabob said precisely?
Yes, I have written it down. Hamster wheel of content creation. Part 1: complete quest to initiate. Maintain manually.
Maintain momentum manually.
When power is between 9 and 10, I think it was like initiate. If it's higher than that, it will go into overload.
Maybe we're meant to get this thing into the hamster wheel. But
If it goes into the wheel and it eats meat, if we take one of your birds to fly in front of it, it will never catch it.
Like a carrot on a stick.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't. It looks too big a predator to eat small birds. To be honest, it looks like it probably eating more us-sized things. I feel.
Gnomes.
Most of your birds, then.
I mean, a lot of things eat gnomes. To be fair. I don't know why we don't taste that good. I've tried.
I like your idea about getting the lay of the land, I think.
Okay. Should
If
we go on a
nothing else.
hike then?
All right, you go on a lovely walk. Which direction?
Uphill?
Uphill, yeah.
Cool. So you walk up the hill. As you pass behind the kind of the portal that brought you here, you realize that you can only see it from one side. It's completely invisible from behind.
No.
And it's a lovely sunny hill. You go up how far? You want to go up a couple of minutes? You want to go up a bit longer?
I was thinking right to the top so we can see in all directions.
Cool. So you go up to the top of the hill, and
What do my
you
noboys
see 29 passes. You see that the rolling landscape seems to kind of continue somewhat uniformly in most directions, apart from the direction of the lake. The lake is big. It's a very big lake. It extends a long way in that direction. You don't seem to make out any other distinguishing features. In fact, the further you look into the distance, things start to almost feel a bit indistinct. More so than normal.
Is it like it's kind of fake after a certain point or something?
With your 29. not necessarily fake, but vague.
Okay, I relay that to everyone else.
As in, it becomes less real, but not in a fake sense, just in a less concrete.
Level of detail models on the horizon for.
Yeah, PS1 loading kind of. Yeah, Silent Hill.
Yeah.
It's a little pixelated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can anyone fire arrows at the horizon and see if it hits?
I can do that. So I can fire up to 600 foot with no disadvantage. So I pick a spot. I fire. Yeah, I'm just going to fire an arrow like straight into the air, like level with the top of the hill, 600 foot, and see what happens. Away from the hill, the side of the hill.
Okay, yeah, you fire your arrow horizontally, and it starts to dip down as usual, and 600 feet. Yeah, I would say before it, because it would go, because it's you're firing from high ground towards lower ground, so it would go even further. I would say that even with your excellent sensory skills, it seems to, before it really gets to its full range, it kind of becomes a vaguer idea in your head, and you kind of forget it's there.
Well, that's weird. There's like some kind of weirdness. I don't know. Like, it went all weird. I don't think that way's right.
Are we in some sort of giant terrarium?
Maybe. I mean, there was a big old hamster wheel in there, so maybe we're in like a giant hamster run.
As a humanoid turtle, I'm getting very nervous about this giant terrarium that we seem to be in.
Can I?
Kind of lacks enrichment, doesn't it, Cosimo?
Can I see if there's any like edible herbs around?
Nature, roll.
That is a 9.
I mean, everything's edible at least once.
I
Good. That's so good.
generic looking grass and just eat it to see if it tastes of anything.
I mean, you're a woodsy enough person that you've eaten grass before,
Oh,
and this
certainly.
tastes like you remember grass tasting.
I mean, it tastes real.
I think the really content-looking beast down there is content, but there's nothing here for it to eat, and it's not actually that happy. I think it needs to leave.
Or it's not real.
Or it's not real. Yeah.
Is there any sign of grazing of this grass? I'm trying to get outside in here at the same time.
With your 9 nature, you can't really tell. It's grass.
Okay.
Can I roll
Not
to see if I know what it would eat?
Yeah. Roll. Arcana or nature.
It's the same. That didn't work. 20. Dirty 20.
But here's a carnivorous, and a creature that size, judging by the size of its mouth and the kind of what you know of its combative abilities, you'd think that it would probably eat stuff probably gnome-sized and up, and could probably take on something as large as maybe even like an ogre or a small giant, but whether it could beat it in a fight, who knows. But that kind of range. Birds would be popcorn or Tic Tacs, really.
So it doesn't look like there's any actual food for it here.
So we entice it to follow us.
Can we try and talk to it?
I like how you think, not Tom. is not always the answer.
Thanks.
Puts this little ball of bat guano and sulfur away.
Tucks it behind the ear.
Oh, I've got a great treat for sauce in that if you need more. Sleep in there sometimes.
Well. And if all else fails, and I just pound my shield.
I mean, who's going to do the talking? Because I can speak with animals. Yeah, I can speak with animals if you need.
I have animal friendship. Can I use this?
Is this considered a beast, I guess, is the
Yeah, does
question.
that count as an animal?
It says choose a beast that you can see. It must be able
With
to
your-
see it.
With your 20 Arcana check, you would know that the magic of speaking with beasts mostly works with kind of non-magical animals. So this would be not considered a beast. It is beastly, but it's not a beast.
I mean, the other option is I could just snipe the thing from up here, and it would take like ages to get to us.
What's the direction from where we are to where it is and to where the portal is? What's the...
So the portal is about halfway up the hill. You're at the top of the hill. It's at the bottom of the hill.
Do we think we need it to be alive if we try to entice it into the room with the wheel?
I can bring it back from the dead.
No.
I feel like it would have to be like to power this wheel.
Wait, Trevor, you've got your little dragon friend, right? Like, you can summon that back if it gets bamfed. Is that?
Yes.
Have I got the right shake of it? Why
Yes,
don't you like lure it with that? Because that's probably more appetizing than birds, but also it's not us.
But there is a single one of Keon, and there are many birds around us.
I can't
What
really.
if a cloud of birds?
I can't really make them do anything though. I can just talk to them.
All right. We want it alive, and we want it through the portal. Is that the goal?
I think so.
And somehow it's going to power this wheel?
Maybe. I have a question based on my Arcana check. If I can't communicate it like a beast, does it hold like humanoid spots in spells, like for like charm person or whatever? Can I use that, or does it still not count for that either?
It is even less of a humanoid than it is a beast. And what did you get on your check?
20.
Okay, for a 20, you would know that it is technically a monstrosity. Which seems a bit offensive, but scientific language, you know.
Cool.
I will send Keon flying down toward it.
I was gonna say I'm happy to have it chase me. I'm probably the best protected of anyone here, and if I get knocked down, I get back up again. So
do you go as well?
Who, me?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
do you want to keep your friend?
he can come back.
I can send my cricket as well. He like hops along for fun.
So we've got Ovibos, Cricket, and Keon heading down the hill. So what I'm picturing Ovibos kind of. Are you doing the kind of the kind of slow downhill plod, or the quick downhill run, or are you skipping? How are you traveling?
Look in the meadows.
Hey,
kinda
skipping
doing
is
the,
a great way to travel downhill. Very
Go
efficient.
through the side shuffle, like to kind of go quickly.
So
Slide on my
go
shield.
quickly,
Ooh.
but keep your knees okay.
Actually, I do that. I'm gonna take my shield. It's my fighting style, and I'm just gonna sit on it, just like we did back home when we were little, and just whoosh down the hill. And as I get closer to the Behir, I'm going to stop because I don't want to surprise it. Just in case it's something we can talk to in this strange place. But yeah, see how this works.
Okay. You're going. You start to bubbling on your shield, and you start to pick up speed. And roll a deck save to see kind of how you steer around little hillocks or whether you do little jumps or whatever.
Yep. All right. Get it. All right. Let's see. So I get +2 to that. Oh no, that's only for.
You will get your paladin aura of protection bonus as well.
Okay. Yep. So so that is 20. It's
nice.
an unnatural 20.
Yeah. So you look very graceful going down. You even take a couple of little bumps as little jumps, get a bit of air, and at an appropriate distance, you flip off the shield and kind of kick it up and catch it like you used to when you were younger.
Still got it.
So Keon comes kind of gliding down the slope. Was very much keeping pace with you, and Cricket arrives a few seconds later, kind of taking these long jumping kind of short flights. So how do you want to approach the Behir?
Well, I from what I know about them, I'm guessing from my role, I know that they don't speak a language. So I just say, excuse me, Mr. Behir? Mrs. Ms.?
It immediately kind of wakes up at the sound of the voice and kind of starts to rouse itself.
Right. Why did we do this? Can you speak?
It gets to its many feet. All this, it's got lots of stubby little legs all along its body. It kind of just lifts itself, and you can see it stretching, and it's kind of cricking all the bits of its long kind of body. And it kind of lowers itself to the ground a little bit. And
bet your skeleton's really interesting.
And lightning crackles along its teeth and gums.
That's a no.
And then you hear a rumbling and splashing and a clicking sound as the surface of the lake begins to ripple and then surge upwards as a dark shape many times larger than the sunbathing Behir bursts from the water.
I just kind of start yelling over my shoulder, we need a new plan! We need a new plan!
A large kind of reptilian avian head and set of jaws with armored chitinous plates along its back, the size of a barn, bursts from the water with the slight kind of frills at the elbow of kind of wet, huge feathers. And the Velociraptor seizes the Behir in its jaws, thrashes it from side to side, breaks every vertebrae in its body with the whipping motion, and just and it roars once again. And I would like everyone to roll initiative, please.
I guess we're not supposed to use the Behir.
And don't tell me your numbers. Keep the numbers in your head, because we're going to roll initiative and then go to a quick break, and then we're going to come back. Hey, you're not Khalil. There you
Wait, what?
go. We're all having just like everyone gets a single nosebleed. So as this gargantuan aberration bursts from the lake, water steaming and cascading off its obscenely huge form. The bloodied fragments of the Bahir still sparking with latent electricity between its teeth. What's y'all's initiatives?
I got a 16.
Cosimo got a 60. Not Tom.
7.
Oof. I mean, better than last time. Overboss.
18.
Very interesting. There's a little cluster. Zayla.
14.
And Travolt.
16.
16 as well. Okay, so Cosimo and Travolt will go together.
I'm assuming your dexterity modifier is higher than mine.
Also, you know, on shared initiative, I'm willing to let kind of, you know, do actions in between and stuff if you want.
Oh, he'll definitely move faster than me.
Okay, so the first to act is Overboss. So you're on this beach, and the long kind of blue amphibian lightning thing that you were trying to talk to just got gobbled up by what looks like a dinosaur cosplaying as a crab.
Right. Okay. So I am going to do I recognize it?
Roll either nature, arcana, or history.
I am better at nature. I got a 24 on that one.
You have. Well, you don't necessarily know of this particular organism, but you can tell that it is some kind of unnatural combination of a theropod dinosaur and a lobster, a crustacean of some description, on, you know, epically gargantuan scale. You know, this thing is the size of a modern apartment building. It's huge. It's technically gargantuan.
Right.
Think Godzilla size. So you know what its component biological parts kind of are. You recognize that, but you know this thing ain't natural. This came from a warped and twisted, dark mind.
Hey.
I say that with all the love in the world.
Who initiated that?
All right. I'm gonna cast Ice Storm at 5th level.
Okie dokie. So what is that? Is that a save?
Yep, it's okay. So each creature, so it's a 20-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point. I'm going to center it right on the creature. Each creature in the cylinder must make a Dex saving throw, and my spell's save DC is 19.
Cool. Sorry, what type of save was it?
Dex. I'm hoping this thing doesn't like cold.
Just checking it doesn't have any magic resistance bullshit that I'm not aware of. Man, that's the second nat 20 in a row I've rolled on that dice.
Oh.
Thank you, Dagmar.
All right. So, in that case,
is that half damage?
In that case, it's going to take 7 bludgeoning, and
it doesn't notice.
14 cold. That's the half of it.
Sorry, and 14 cold. So 21 in total. Cool.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
No, it's just the bludgeoning that it shrugs off the bludgeoning damage then.
I mean, if it did damage it, it was a
would be-
negligible amount.
Okay, will be an extra 2, which I've already have. If it doesn't, because I casted it 5th level, that was a really good use of that 5th.
Okay,
level slot.
cool. Wait, so that's 23 points of damage in total.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, you can see like a couple of scales come off, but doesn't really bother it too much.
Great.
It's a big thing. It's a very, very big thing.
Got it.
So that's your action. You got a bonus on movement.
That's my action. And then I think I'm just gonna stay where I'm at. And I can't really do much else. So yeah, that's me.
Cool. You are staring down the Velociraptor. Next is the Velociraptor.
Oh, it's also in difficult terrain, just so you know.
Cool.
With that, it makes.
I mean, it doesn't need to travel very far.
Any little bit helps.
So the Velociraptor on its turn roars in unbridled kind of primal carnage, just embodiment of rage, and it rises further out of the lake, and with your high nature check that you rolled, you see that it has like a load of large for you, but compared to it, very small, round, shiny, kind of things, kind of a load of them on the bottom side of its body. And it is going to. I mean, you're the only thing in front of it now. So it's going to use its multi attack.
I'm sorry.
So.
Hey.
Okay, so to hit. So that's a 20, a 23, and a 26. To hit.
All
What's
three
your armor
hit?
class?
Wait,
All 3 hit.
20.
Cool. So that's gonna be. It's probably gonna hurt.
A little bit.
That's going to be 3.
I got stuff for that though.
4. That's going to be 19 points of piercing damage from the bite.
Okay.
And then from the first claw is going to be... Oh, that's a bad roll. That's going to be 14 points of slashing.
Okay.
Or no. Oh yeah, no, 14 points of bludgeoning and 4 points of piercing. And then the next claw is going to be much worse. I'm very sorry. That's going to be 22 points of bludgeoning and 1 point of piercing. And one of its claws, because its front limbs they end in large kind of crustacean-like lobster claws, and it has clamped you in one of those and is lifting you and holding you in the air. You are in its claw.
Everything's great, guys. I've got it under control.
That is the end of the Velociraptor's turn. And that takes us to Cosimo.
So I believe I'm still like most of the way up this hill. That's where I was at the time. If I'm looking down the hill, is it just like a kind of flat surface towards the lake? Can I see any kind of little mounds of earth that create little hills or anything like that?
Yeah, you can see there are. Yeah, they're like it's it's mostly kind of one big hillside, but there are kind of undulations and stuff within that.
So bear with me. What I would like to do is to go onto my kind of turtleback shell and try to slide down the hill towards any sort of mound I can see.
Cool.
If that would work.
Roll a dexterity check or dexterity saving throw or an acrobatics check to try and angle it right and steer yourself down.
This is 25.
Yes, you do a kind of bit of very quick kind of geometric kind of planning, and you manage to go down, not actually towards the Velociraptor, but at an angle which banks you off one little hill, and then you kind of skip past a little stone, and you end up hitting a little hillock at a decent speed.
Now, you count that as an action?
I'll count that as your movement.
Okay. So at that point, as I'm moving or as I'm getting there, I'm hoping that I'm going to hit this mound and fly into the air towards the Velociraptor.
With a 25, yes.
Yeah. And then using a bonus action, I would like to cast Branding Smite on a hand axe that I have. I'm going to do that at... What level am I going to do that? I'm going to cast that... There's more to come. So I'm going to cast that at 3rd level. And then as I'm launching towards the Velociraptor, come with a swipe with his hand axe. Amazing,
yes. So there's actually, by the side of the cliff, where the Bahir was, is like a little kind of beach, but the hill rises up to a cliff next to the lake. So you're not having to go all the way down to the bottom of the hill. You're halfway down the hill, you're hitting a little ramp on this cliff, and that's how you're kind of sailing over this formerly calm water, and you come down towards the Velociraptor. So roll your attacks.
Plus 10 is 16.
16's not going to hit. Okay. You kind of you try and hit it with the hand axe, and it's kind of like when you see a climber with an ice axe kind of skidding down a cliff, trying to find purchase with it, but it just it's covered in these thick armor plates. But you still do have that smite, the thing is glowing still.
Yep. So does that smite just hit now, just the first time using this, or was it the second attack?
You have to hit with an attack.
Yeah. Oh, that's 12. No. That was all going so well.
It was. So now you've got 2 hand axes kind of scraping down the side of this this Velociraptor. So you haven't fallen yet, but you are in the process of falling.
Okay. Nothing else I can do at this point, so I'm just going to hold on for dear life.
Cool. Trevor.
How far away is this thing from where we are up the hill?
So I said at the start that the portal was about 60 feet or from the beach. And I said it was about halfway. So we'll say 100 to 120 is where you are. Because I don't know whether you all went straight to the top. Maybe you were spread out. Okay. So I'll say as low as 100.
Shit. Well, that's okay. I will pull one of those vials of blood out, pop the cork, and spin in a circle to create this bloody circle around me. And I will raise my hands to the sky and say, "It's time to vrock," and cast Summon Greater Demon.
Yes! I love this spell.
And I am casting that at 5th level to summon a vrock.
Great. Cool. Have you got the vrock stats?
I do.
Excellent. I'll get them up here as well. I love demon summoning spells. Don't clip that and send that to the evangelicals. I love this. This is one of my favorite spells in the whole game. Thank you, Trevor.
And its own, let's see, its own initiative will be... Have an initiative bonus? You don't, do you? No, you don't. It'll be 12.
12. Okay. That actually means it's coming up reasonably soon. Cool. So your action is to pop the cork and shake up the dice. Any bonuses or movement?
Let's see. I'm in the circle right now that will protect me from it going nuts and coming after me. So if it's only 100 feet away, I will launch 4 Eldritch Blasts at the Velociraptor.
Roll them attacks.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I really hope these hit, because then fun things happen. Let's see. One will be a 21, a 20, a 16, and a 14.
The first 2 hit. The second 2 glance off the carapace.
Okay. So that means it'll take a total of 23 points of damage, and oh, Warlock Pact Magic. I love this stuff. It will push the creature up to 10 feet away from me in a straight line.
Okay.
So I'm pushing it back 20 feet from the shore. Just
it rears up and goes, and it takes one kind of stumbling small step for it back, which was 20 feet. So it's back from the shore. Nice. Ooh, okay. It's now going to take a legendary action.
Oh God.
It is going to attempt to drown Ovibos.
I forgot it could do that.
So, you must take a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. That's going to be an 18.
Okay, so you are holding your breath. It's kind of hard because this thing's pincers are around you, but luckily it didn't quite get around your chest, so you've got enough breath for now. But it's holding you underwater with its pincer.
No.
What's your Constitution modifier?
It is a -1.
Okay.
Just like real life.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the rest of you see this giant monster pull Ovibos under the water in its big. I mean, it's not intentionally trying to drown her. All it did is it kind of stepped back and put its claw out to steady itself into the water, holding Ovibos. So that's that legendary action. Zayla.
Okay, can I just get a quick DM ruling on something quickly? Mm-hmm. So I want to use a spell called Swift Quiver, which says on each of your turns until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action to make 2 attacks with a weapon that uses ammunition. Do you think that includes on the turn where you cast that, or the next turn onwards?
Is the spell your bonus action?
Yes.
Let's have a look at the wording. Yeah, I'm gonna say that it's it's more fun if you can do it this turn. Yeah, do it this turn.
Okay, so I'm going to be slightly cheeky here. So I'm going to make my 2 attacks first. So the first is a 20, which gives me a 35 to hit.
Okay, yeah, nice.
2 things
Wow.
well. I can see and I can shoot. So that gives me... I get an extra damage dice on crits. So that is 3d8 plus 7. Because I'm temporarily going to use that to make it my favourite enemy. I'm going to re-roll one of those using the Piercer feat because it was a shite roll. So that makes for the first arrow does. So that is 6 plus. So that's 14 plus 7 is 21, and I'm going to throw on additionally Foe Slayer to make it 23 on my first arrow. Now you know what it's like, Khalil. Now you know what it's like.
So the party has so far done a very nice amount of damage to this Velociraptor.
Yeah. So it does a 31 hit for attack 2. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just 1d8 this time. So that's a 7. So that's 4. No. What is it? Oh, sorry. I'm going to -2 from the last whatever I did. Sorry. Okay, so this is 12 points of damage here.
Mm-hmm.
Additional point. No, actually, no, ignore that because that's a bonus action. And then I'm going to cast my Swift Quiver for 2 extra attacks. Does a 19 hit?
No, that arrow kind of gets stuck in the carapace.
And does a 25 hit?
Yes.
Okay. And that will be 11 points of damage on that last one.
Between these like volleys of arrows and volleys of beams of eldritch energy, all this stuff coming from the top of the hill, like the Velociraptor thought it was, getting a Bahia snack, and then, was confronted with this thing that, attacked it. But now suddenly it seems, startled by the appearance of new long-range threats.
And I'm going to duck down behind the crest of the hill just in case it tries to blast me with something.
Okay, roll stealth.
Use my...
Sorry, okay. Completely to plan.
Is there a concentration still up on thingy?
I haven't cast anything else yet with concentration.
So that's okay. So that's I only ask. I don't really need it. So that is 39 stealth.
Okay, that means you just stealthed into my home game.
Yeah, I just turned up behind Khalil in real life.
I was going to say, he didn't stealth into my home game, he stealthed into my home.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So they're hiding. They've done the shooting. So that's your movement and everything?
Yeah, that's all my bullshit for one turn.
Okay. Now it's time to revolt.
I just point at the Velociraptor and go, kill it! And it will use its 60 feet of flying movement and an action to dash to get right up to the Velociraptor.
I mean, I would say that you can probably, with your movement from last turn, and...
Oh, that's right. I summoned it 60 feet away. So,
and also it's going in a beeline as well, so I think with just its movement, it can get there.
Cool. This will be interesting. The Vrock attempts to summon other demons. I only have a 30% chance to do this.
Revolt has a pyramid scheme going on.
No shit, I just rolled an 18.
Okay, so what lesser demons are you summoning?
It has a 30% chance of summoning either 2d4 Dretches or another Vrock.
Is there a mechanic for deciding?
No.
I'm gonna say 2d4 Dretches.
Okay.
So you roll.
Because that does end up turning into the endless Vrock.
Mm-hmm.
That will be 4 Dretches.
4 Dretches. So these Dretches are not under your control.
They're under the Vrock's control.
They're under. Are they under the Vrock's control, or are they beings of chaos? Does it say that they're under the Vrock's control?
A summoned demon appears in an unoccupied space within 60 feet of its summoner and acts as an ally of its summoner and cannot summon.
Okay,
demons.
okay. There we go. Yeah, you got your pyramid scheme going.
We're chaining them. So there's a Vrock and 4 Dretches. That
I'm going to say the Dretches go on the Vrock's turn,
Okay.
just to keep it simple.
then yeah, they're all going to attack. Each one gets a multi-attack of 1 bite, 1 claw. So the first one will be that's going to be absolute brutal miss. Second one is a nat 20. So that for a total of 22, and the other is a 18.
The 18 doesn't hit. The 22 does.
Okay, so that's 2d6. That'll take 10 points of damage, piercing specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And then, nope, neither of those will hit. And then the last one, neither of those hit.
Okay.
They were both like, if an 18's not hitting, those were all 16 and below.
So, at the end of that turn, the Velociraptor screeches and seems to kind of even be more startled by the appearance of not just long range danger, but flying and all these little things around it. And it is going to kind of rear up and then kind of slam its carapace down and unleash a tidal surge. So it's going to expel a wave of water in a 60-foot cone. Each creature in the area must make a DC 18 con save. So you save for all your for all the land-based demons, Trevor.
Right.
Ovibos, you're going to... would its pincer... Yeah, you make the save as well. Yeah. I think you're muted.
Was that a con save? Sorry.
Yes, please.
All right. 14.
Okay. And the Dretches?
The highest one was a 12.
So nobody passes.
Okay.
And you're each going to take... Man, Trevor, you made this time save pretty powerful.
Oh no, it sucks.
Yeah.
Being on this side of it sucks. I don't remember everything it can do.
So you're all going to take 21 bludgeoning damage. And they're all pushed 20 feet away. So actually, Ovibos, you get pushed out of the creature's pincer.
Oh, darn it! I had a whole plan. That's all good. I'm just in the water now.
You are still right next to it and in the water.
Great.
Well, you're like 20 feet away from it, but it's 20 feet away from something that big doesn't really mean that much. And the Dretches are all blasted 20 feet back.
No, they're not. They all 4 of them just erupt in a brief gout of flame and get banished back to the abyss.
An unstealthy smell is smelled.
Yeah, they only had 18 hit points each. Whoops. Well, there goes the mob tactic.
I mean, you've still got a Vrock.
That is true.
So that's not Tom's turn.
Cool. Okay. How far away from everything am I? I think I'm like 3/4 halfway up the hill at this point.
So then, if you're... So the portal was like 60 feet away from the action. The very top of the hill will be like 100, 120. But, Zayla was at the top of the hill, but I don't know how far up everyone else had gone.
Okay. So if I use my movement of 30 feet, and then I Misty Step another 30 feet, can I get within 30 feet of a majority of people?
Can you get within 30 feet of your friends or the Velociraptor or what?
my friends, specifically our boss, but as many people as possible is ideal.
If you move 30 feet and Misty Step 30 feet, then you will be you'll be within 30 feet of Overboss. Not of anyone else, I don't think, because Cosimo, you're like clinging to the side quite high up. So yeah, you'd be within 30 feet of Overboss.
Okay, I will do that, and then I'm going to cast water breathing. And then I guess myself and Avabos will get the ability to breathe water.
And that's not concentration, I think. That just lasts for like 8 hours, right? 24. Nice. Great. So that's action, movement, bonus action. Sweet. Clutch. Yeah, otherwise you were in a potentially hairy situation.
I have 7 hit points left.
What?
So that takes us to the top of initiative. And at the top of initiative, Ovibos and Noto, you both see, like, as the Velociraptor rears up, you see these kind of, this array of rounded, shiny shapes under its abdomen. And one of them seems to kind of wiggle and fall off into the water.
Oh, God.
And then bursting from the surf in the shallows, you see a kind of smaller, but like morphologically somehow different, but like it's a smaller version of a Velociraptor with a narrower face and not quite as developed plumage and stuff. Looks a little bit unsteady, and it kind of goes in its kind of not quite found its vocal cords yet kind of thing. It's gonna get a lot scarier when it grows up, but for now it's kind of goofy, but at the same time very scary because it is larger than any of you. It's like the size of a one-story house.
That's a big boy.
I mean, you can get up close and try and tell whether it's a boy or not, but you might have to get close. Pardon?
Sector Velociraptor from 120 meters.
You'll have to get closer. So that's the top of initiative, and then it's Overboss.
Right. So I'm just in the water, correct?
Yes, you are lying on your back, kind of like the water around you is deep enough that you like need to swim, but not like you're in the shallows. You're next to the beach.
Right. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is for my action, I am going to assume the form of an ancient force of nature, taking on an appearance that I choose. I am basically just going to, roar out, and these like stylized muskox horns grow out of my head, and I just become like this massive, hulking, fur-covered Ice Age beast of badassery, with like greenery kind of sprouting through my hair and my horns, and so going forward at the start of each of my turns, I will regain 10 hit points. When I cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action, I can cast it as a bonus action instead. And any enemy creatures within 10 feet of me have disadvantage on saving throws against my paladin spells and channel divinity options.
Cool.
So that is that's my action. And then
you love to see a level 21 class character. That's how you get the big guns.
That's the one time I'll probably ever get to use that. And then as a bonus, or actually, well, I mean, I guess it is a bonus action. Oh, it's funny. A lot of the stuff I was going to do is already a bonus action. So as a bonus action, I am going to cast Cure Wounds on myself at 3rd level.
Cool. Yeah, so roll that 3d8.
Cool. Okay, so I get 22 back.
Nice. And I think at the beginning of your next turn, you're going to do some more healing as well from that ancient form.
Yep,
Great.
I'll start to get 10 back. Yep, and
Sweet.
that's it. That's me.
Okay, so now that's the Velocilobster's turn. And so having kind of blasted away with the kind of tidal surge a lot of the ground threats, it feels this flapping thing attacking it and causing it a little bit of damage, as well as the kind of the small turtleoid being, or small to it, kind of sliding down its sides with those 2 axes. So it's going to make. I think it can only reach Cosimo with its bite because you were sliding down its side, and it's going to make claw attacks against rock. So that's going to be a 27 for the bite, and a 23 and a 21 for claws.
Oh yeah, those hit.
So the bite is going to be 11, 16 piercing damage.
And none of them are within 5 feet of me, is that right?
I was quite high
no.
up.
Okay.
Yeah, you're coming down it. Then claw. It's going to be on the rock. The first claw is going to be 20, and the second one's going to be 22.
Jesus.
So that's plus 9 for the piercing. So that's going to be 30. Wait, what did I say? 31, 51. Although these are non-magical attacks, is the rock resistant?
Uh-huh.
So that's halved.
Oh, cool. So it's only 25, 26 points?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Total. Okay.
Yes,
Got
on
it.
those 2 claws. Yep, that's its action. It's not going to move because it's kind of just flailing around at these threats. That takes us to cost. Ooh.
Sorry, I have Sentinel, so when a creature within 5 feet of me makes an attack against a target other than you, I can use my reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature.
So
Brutal.
but you're 20 feet away because of the tidal surge.
Okay, so I'm not close to the Velociraptor anymore. Okay.
No, but
all right.
if not understanding that, if having understood that you would have moved closer, I'll allow that retrospectively.
No. I have 2
Okay.
abilities. One is if an attack is made within 5 feet, and then one is if one of my allies is attacked within 5 feet. And so I was sort of trying to figure out. Sorry.
Cool. No worries. Oh yeah, because you got shield stuff, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so Cosimo.
So
you have.
my following.
Oh no, you got bitten, didn't you?
Yes.
You are grappled. You are in its mouth.
Oh,
You are
This
no
is-
longer falling, so that's good.
it's all gone to shit. So am I in the jaws or am I in the mouth?
The jaws or the mouth?
Am I like held like just within the teeth, or am I inside of its mouth? Like,
You are. Yeah, you are being crunched between teeth.
this is going really, really badly. What can I do? What can I do? Is there any way to try and break free from this?
Yeah, absolutely. You can use acrobatics, athletics, or if you've got any fun bullshit like Thunder Wave, or
So I am going to try to slip inside with an athletics check.
Cool. Yeah, roll athletics.
which is a plus 16, so that's 34.
Yeah, you managed to just twist yourself in just the right way to slip between some of the teeth and avoid getting properly nutcrackered. And you are now inside its mouth.
Grand. So with this, what do I want to do?
I will say that either used your action or bonus action, so you have one of those left.
We're going to go with bonus action for that. Oh, what spell to use from the inside of a Velociraptor's mouth?
The eggs are outside, Sam.
Yeah, I know they're outside this time. From the inside of this Velociraptor's mouth, I'm going to cast Shatter at 5th level.
That's gross.
That's a con save, right?
Yeah.
And it's got an exoskeleton as well, so that's...
Oh no, that actually is factored into the stat block because it is vulnerable to thunder damage, which Shatter does. So any damage it does take from the spell will be double. But it does have a decent amount of con. It rolls a 23 on the
words before you tell me what that was.
Absolutely.
So like from the inside of this Velociraptor, I'm just gonna like shout expletives in a like strong Glaswegian accent that no one here would probably understand if I was to try and do it. So I'm gonna.
The best part is everyone else just hears Glaswegian expletives coming out of the mouth of the Velociraptor.
And I rolled a 8. So
okay. So that was a 23. An 8 takes it down to a 15, which is probably
17.
A fail.
It was a 17 for it to save.
Ooh.
So it's a failure.
Oh, so it just saves. So that still takes half damage.
No, you said you got 15, right?
Oh wait, it takes it down by 8 to 15. Yes, it's a fail. Sorry. Yeah, too many numbers. I need more kind of Trevor energy in my life. Yeah, so roll that damage.
So that is 33 points of damage from the inside of the mouth.
Is that before
Doubled.
Because of the vulnerability to 66.
That hurts.
Wow. The rest of you, after hearing these Scottish expletives coming from the mouth of this gargantuan kind of chimeric kaiju, you hear like one of those kind of big distant fireworks or a cannon going off in the distance. You hear a which echoes out like some of the foliage on the trees kind of as the shockwave passes it, and chunks of tooth burst out of the mouth. Like the Velociraptor roars and clicks and gurgles in pain and rage and outrage, and you can tell that does a huge amount of damage. So much damage that my light fell down.
Powerful.
It is looking. It has gone from looking like alarmed at all these threats and kind of struggling to hold its own to like that really knocked it for 66. It's missing teeth. Its like jaw is hanging like loose a little bit. Like, yeah.
So if the jaw's hanging loose, can I see a gap?
Yeah.
Because I haven't used my movement yet, so can I try and like jump out?
Cowabunga, dude.
Yeah, cowabunga. Absolutely.
Wow. What a turn. Can we pause right here and do a tiny little edit of me putting my light back up? Because it has just entirely fallen off the back of my computer. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. We're recording this for later.
Yes.
Yeah, I keep on thinking it's live. I'm like, wait, no.
Yeah. Suddenly, it's like it's edited, and the Velociraptor is like rolling 16 nat 20s, and we all die as our voices are horribly dubbed over.
This is like Dagmar's voice.
Right.
Poochie died on the way back to his home planet. Okay. We'll see if that stays. It's my fault for buying cheap tape. So, that takes us to Trevor. You've just seen the minor demons get obliterated. Your companion get bitten off the back of the Velociraptor and then emerge swearing and exploding from its mouth, and is currently in a free fall.
I will stride out of my protective circle. Hopefully the Vrock made its failed its save last time, so it's still under my control.
Cool. I trust you to keep your eye on that.
I am. I will. Okay, this is going to be wild. I have to use an action to command it, or it'll just do the same thing. So it's just going to do the same thing. I will stride forward, and then just holding out my hand, cast Hypnotic Pattern right on the Velociraptor's face, as Cosimo has fallen out of the range of it.
Okay, so what form does this pattern take?
Suddenly, this rainbow-infused icosahedron just flashes and rotates, and then as the number 20 just settles in front of the eyes of the Velociraptor, it flashes and then vanishes, and it has to make a Wisdom 19 saving throw.
Lovely.
Be charmed.
I am going to be a little bit of a dick here and say that Cosimo isn't quite out of the area yet.
Okay.
Because with the wiggling out from the teeth and then casting the spell and then running back out of the mouth, I'd say you're falling, but you're still next to its head. But yes, I will make that save for the monster. Wisdom save, you say?
Yes.
It's going to be a big 4.
Oh, that fails. The Vrock also vanishes from sight because Hypnotic Pattern is a concentration spell as well.
Does it vanish?
Yep. I believe so, if I lose concentration on it, or does it just go nuts?
If you stop concentrating on the spell before it reaches its full duration, an uncontrolled demon doesn't disappear for 1d6 rounds if it still has hit points.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's, yeah.
That's going to be 5 rounds.
Cool. But it's attacking the nearest non-demons to the best of its ability.
Yes, yeah. So it's... Yeah. And so, Cosimo, what was your wisdom saving throw?
Okay, I'll do that now. That
+5.
is... Plus how much?
Are you within 30 feet? Because he's at the Velociraptor's mouth.
I've just
you're on the ground.
I'm in the water because I was let go of by the claw.
The Velociraptor is very big.
30 feet?
Like,
right.
Its mouth is
Recall.
more than 30 feet off the ground. Sorry.
That's okay.
I got 22.
That's safe.
Great, you pass. So as the icosahedron flashes in front of this beast's eyes, it goes from like roaring and squealing and clicking in pain to kind of slowing down, and just kind of its eyes kind of fixate. Kind of it doesn't really have that full binocular vision, so it kind of like turns its head and just kind of cocking its head and trying to get a good look at this pattern, which is it's at this point just after images on its retina. The rest of you can't see it, but it's in the eyes of this beast. So hypnotic pattern is a fun one, isn't it?
Yeah, on a failed save, the creature becomes charmed. While charmed, it is incapacitated and has a speed of 0.
Cool.
It ends for any affected creature if it takes any damage or if someone else's uses an action to shake the creature out of its stupor.
Cool. Fun. Nice. Have you got any bonus actions you want to do? Oh, I hate that chuckle.
I mean, I don't want it. I cast that, so I can't cast a spell. The Vrock is totally out of my control. If I cast Eldritch Blast at it, it'll not be charmed anymore. No, I'm just going to keep striding forward.
Cool. So by this point, you are pretty much at the beach, I think. Cool. Great. That takes us to Zayla.
So the problem here is that I have no idea what you've just done, so I'm going to feel obliged to shoot it anyway.
Of course.
But would that be with advantage in that case, the first attack?
The first shot would be definitely with advantage, yeah, because it is kind of just completely zoned out.
Okay. So that's a nat 20.
Jeez, this crit train.
Okay, so, and I realised I actually slightly underrolled last time, but
Yeah, that's the problem with high damage dealers.
it's just like
With Boomslang, I was always forgetting the odd D8 or D6 here and there.
Okay, so I rolled my D8. That's a 6. That'll be doubled to 12. And then I roll another D8. So that's... I don't know if that extra one's doubled or not, but I'll say it's not.
What rules it from?
It is from... where is it gone?
What's adding the extra D8? Is it Piercer?
It's a critical... Yeah.
Oh, no, you don't double that. It's just extra, because it's extra on a crit. It's like brutal crit.
Yeah, that's what I thought it is. Yeah. So that's... that takes it to 18 plus 5 is...
23.
3 of damage on that first shot.
Mm-hmm.
So, attack number 2 misses, natural 1. Attack number 3, another nat 20.
Did you just go 21-20?
Yes. So,
I'm trying to calculate the odds on that.
it's weirdly so the 4 will be doubled to 8. 8 plus 6, so that's 13 plus 5 is 18 points of damage on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then one more, my last attack with my Hail of Thorns thing. Does a 23 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So that will just be maths. 8 damage. So question. Is the baby Velociraptor considered within 5 foot of the adult Velociraptor?
No.
Okay, and would I have any indication that the Vrock is now independent, and is that within 5 foot of the Velociraptor?
It was always a big flying monster thing, just, being all cracked out and attacky, and it's just still doing the same thing.
So I would say no in that case. Okay. Okay, so that's my go. Just going to stand at the top of the hill still.
You... As you see the Velociraptor go through this whole range of emotions in just a few seconds, you have the dominant attack and predatory kind of atmosphere, and then the kind of enraged defending itself vibe, and then the kind of absolute abject agony and despair of having its teeth blown out from the inside, and then the fascination with this shape that its kind of avian reptilian brain couldn't even really properly comprehend, and its final thoughts are of maths that its brain just doesn't have the hardware to process, as you see thump, 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 3 arrows thunk through the temple, just below the armor plate, where it's still the scaly part, and its eyes go from kind of zoned out and kind of spacey, but there's still something there, to just glazing and like more sets of eyelids than you can really count closing over these eyes as it slumps to the ground. Everyone who was in front of it, so I think that's Trevor, Notom, and Ovibos who were in front of it.
Yeah.
Make a dex save, please.
Crap.
But you'll all get that +5 from Ovibos because
right.
you're all close.
I think I still have my. Oh, never mind.
Would this count as a harmful effect?
So I'll give you a little.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little peek behind the curtain here.
Yeah.
The thing that's about to happen is spelled unrivaled nightmare.
Oh no!
So unraveled nightmare. Sorry. So probably a harmful effect. Yeah.
So it says, I mean, basically, I can add my shield's AC bonus to a dex saving throw because of my shield.
Great.
So, all right.
So that's +2.
Oh, I
Get
forgot
all the
it
little
did that
points
too.
I can get points for.
Cosimo, actually, we're going to need you to roll a dex save as well.
Oh.
So 19 from Overboss. Not Tom, how you doing?
I did a 12.
12. Cool. Trevor?
17.
Okay. Cosimo?
23.
Okay, so the ones of you that are on the beach managed to kind of scooch aside as this carcass smashes into the sand and surf. The sand and water and froth, blood, bits of animal flying everywhere. And then, due to the wholly unnatural, irrational, entirely narrative-based nature of this creature's very existence, it shouldn't exist. It's a velociraptor and a lobster, but way bigger than both. It doesn't make any sense at all, but it makes perfect sense. And so the magic that was just barely holding together all of those cells and bits of concept embodied in physical form of the velociraptor start to pop, and they release a blast of magical energy. So everyone who got less than a 16 or no, everyone who got a 15 or less was taking whole damage. Anyone who got above is taking half damage. So that's going to be 3 of these.
Good, since I rolled a 16.
So that's going to be not bad. So that's going to be 16 or halved to 8 if you succeeded your saving throw of force damage, as the narrative power that made the velociraptor possible in a real world falls apart. So there is still the baby, and there is still the Vrock.
The Vrock
But
survived.
the velociraptor... Oh, actually, because that would have had to take a save as well.
It did. It made it. It rolled a 19.
Okay, so it took half damage. Okay, so the Vrock is there.
It's proficient in saving throws for dex. Whoops.
The baby velociraptor, being itself made of narrative, is immune to this effect. Wow. Cool monster.
I forgot that it blew up when it died.
It's when I was reading the stat block and I saw that part, I was like, "Oh,
Yeah,
it just gets better."
yeah, no, it's gross.
So that was Zayla's turn. That's the Vrok's turn. The Vrok is going to attack the nearest non-demon as a being of pure abyssal chaos, and that would be you, Cosimo. So, Trevor, would you mind rolling the Vrok's
Sure.
attacks for me, please?
Let's see. I will need Cosimo to make a Constitution saving throw because it is screeching as it's diving toward him.
That's 28.
Okay, no, you're fine. You are not stunned, but it is rapidly approaching you. It only does that once, so that's basically the Vrok's whole deal.
Cool. So that's Notom's turn.
Cool.
So you're on the beach. You've just witnessed the complete disintegration of this giant monster. You've got the baby one on the beach, flying demon in the air, a lot of kind of debris everywhere.
Is Cosimo within 20 feet of anyone else? Or
I don't think so.
Vrok and Cosimo are together? Okay, good.
Because
Because it
Cosimo
would
had
be-
just started falling, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So he's quite high.
Okay, good. Because then everyone would have had to save.
I am going to. First question, am I allowed to swear on this? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm going to point my finger at the little baby Velociraptor, say, fuck off, and cast banishment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. You know,
Charisma. That's a
exactly.
charisma.
That's the best part of that spell for this monster. Because how charismatic is a kind of... Yeah, you've seen a baby bird. They're ugly as hell. Imagine if it was half bird, half crustacean, half reptile. So that's going to be a 13 on the save.
Oh, that misses. It's a 14 DC.
Yeah, so it fails.
Yes.
It fails its save. So it's banished.
It's gone.
So you say, fuck off. And just like the adult died with the last thing it had in its head being maths it couldn't comprehend, this little being is banished from this plane, and the last thing in its mind is language it can't comprehend. So there's kind of a poetry in that. It kind of, you see it goes, huh? And then space just folds around it, and it's gone. Wow. Nice turn.
Thank you.
Cool. So that's your action. You got bonus and movement.
I think I'm good. I'm just gonna chill here.
Cool. Ovibos. Apologies if that chewing noise is coming across on the audio. Ovibos.
So,
There is just this flying. So for anyone in the audience who might not be familiar, a Vrok is like a winged demon, kind of semi-humanoid body with lanky limbs and claws, and then this big long neck with like a vulture's head on the end. And it's constantly shedding gross spores, and it sounds all screechy, and it's pretty horrifying. And it is having a go at Cosimo. It's kind of dive bombing towards him as he falls from the jaws of the Velociraptor.
And is it a fiend?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely, yes.
It's a greater
Okay.
demon. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
how close am I to it? I'm still in the water.
You're probably 40 feet away, maybe 40, 50 feet.
Okay.
How big is the... Yeah, because it's just at Cosimo, and Cosimo is just started
Great.
falling. So yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna Misty Step as close to it as I can, which should get me just close enough to turn the faithless. I'm gonna hold on to my holy symbol and point at it and say, "You shouldn't exist."
So what's the save on that? Is that a charisma save?
I believe so.
Wisdom.
Yeah. A wisdom saving throw. Yep.
Okay, it has +4 to its wisdom save. Oh yeah, Trevor, do you want to roll that on?
Oh, sure.
You
wisdom.
birthed this thing.
Yeah, that would be a 16.
So what was the DC?
19.
Oh,
So that fails. So does that mean it's turn?
It is turned, yeah.
So the details of turn are it needs to use all its movement to run away, that kind of stuff.
It can only use the dash action to try to escape. And if there's nowhere to move, it can use the dodge action.
Cool.
And that's for 1 minute until it... 1 minute or until it takes damage.
Cool. Great.
And it gets no reactions either.
Cool. So that's your bonus action and action. So now you're 30 feet in the air.
I thought I was on the ground underneath it.
But how close did you need to get to it? Because it's in the air. Like,
Let me check.
Cosimo is falling and had just started falling from the jaws, and so
But they
this
had-
demon is kind of intersecting him.
30. So I can Misty Step 30 feet, and then I have 30 feet to use, or I have a 30 feet distance for
Turn the Faithless.
Turn the Faithless is within 30 feet of me.
What I mean is to get within 30 feet of it, because it's like 40, 50 feet in the air. To get within 30 feet of it, you'd have to Misty Step into the air.
Okay.
So you can be 20 feet in the air. Yeah,
Sure.
you'll be 20 feet in the air.
Sounds
so you're gonna fall. Roll dex save.
Oh, I get my 10 hit points too.
Oh yeah, from being a bison. No, a
Yeah.
muskox.
A muskox.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it like a humanoid version of one, or is it full like quadruped?
It's whatever it's whatever I want it to look like. It's just for color.
Yeah.
So I'm
like
Yeah, it's a humanoid.
Cool.
It just looks muskoxy.
Rad.
Yeah, like a muskox minotaur. Exact 100%. Like
that's cool.
Big horns.
and you guys can still hear me?
A little bit bubbly, but it's okay.
Okay.
So what did you get on your dex save?
So my dex save. Do I get my +2 bonus on this or no? Harmful effect.
Sure.
So it's
No, because it's not like a fireball or anything. You're falling.
yeah, it's a 17 for just my dex save.
Sure. Okay, so that passes. So you'll only take like 3 falling damage, 3 bludgeoning. Cool. So that takes us to Cosimo. So Cosimo, you saw this thing screeching at you, and then your companion teleported into the air, kind of shone with a light, kind of almost palpable shockwave, and the monster has kind of reeled back and doesn't look like it's still attacking you. You are going to fall though.
So I wanted to ask actually, in Overboss, and now that it's my turn, has Overboss already hit the ground, or still falling?
Has just hit the ground.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to cast Feather Fall on myself, which, yeah, to just
So that's your reaction.
And then I'm not going to go near the rock if it's about to just leave. I don't want to instigate anything with that. We've got people that can hit it from distance. So I'm just going to start to play a drum solo as I kind of slowly fall towards the ground. Drum solo on the front of my platform.
Amazing. So you drift down to the ground. You actually land in the water, but you can swim back pretty easily. You're a turtle, and with the rock turning to flee, and neither of the two velociraptors existing anymore. That takes us to the end of combat. There are no more threats. And you hear a rumbling.
Does the baby velociraptor come back? Because it's only banished for a minute.
But it was not native to this plane.
Okay, cool. Thank God.
It was a being purely manifested physically, and so when you told it to fuck off, it unraveled that, just like banishing say a fiend back into the hells or the abyss. And you hear a feel of rumbling in the ground and a kind of deep gurgling, and the lake starts to spiral like a whirlpool and spiral downwards, and it deepens. Especially like Zayla up on the hill, you can see it's like watching a bath drain. And on the beach, you can see the water receding and receding and receding. It might take a while to drain the entire lake, but it seems to be draining down some kind of unseen place in the depths of the lake. As the rock flies and flies and flies away, the further it gets away, the less real it becomes. It becomes more the idea of a frog, and then it becomes, something that it's like a summon a demon, I guess, and then it just stops existing.
Before we move on, is it possible to see if the big velociraptor left anything behind?
Yeah, you can roll. Roll investigation.
15.
While this is happening, I just kind of look up at the draining lake and from my spot where I'm laying on the ground, and I'm like, "See, I knew it was all going to be okay."
You continue healing, Overboss, for however many. How long does your
1 minute.
OSC form? So that would be 10 rounds.
So 8 more.
Minus the number of rounds that you've already healed. So maybe 8 rounds?
Yeah.
So you get 80 more hit points.
Whee!
With a 15 Cosmo, it seems to be, apart from like the fucked up beach and the draining lake and things like that, it doesn't seem to be like it doesn't seem to even ever have existed. Every physical part of its body seems to have been part of that detonation of energy.
Cool.
I come down the hill to the others. It's like entirely unharmed by that entire conflict. Well, that wasn't too bad, was it?
Oh, that seems rather simple. How long does it take the lake to drain? About an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, look, I get all my pack slots back.
So you get time for a short rest as you wait for the lake to drain, if you want to.
Oh, yes.
So you can use hit dice. You can, if you're a warlock, regain spell slots. Reset some other abilities, maybe. Yeah, you have a little picnic on the beach.
I'll play a little song.
Oh, is that guy with bongos at the beach?
Yeah. You just watch as I've got like white guy like dreadlocks that just come out.
There's just one universal guy who is somehow everywhere at every beach.
Cool. So let me know when you've healed up and reset your stuff from a short rest, and what you'd like to do next. So the drained lake reveals that the sand kind of continues almost like you'd imagine the normal bed of a lake to go until it reaches a certain point where it starts a kind of a parabolic kind of inward funneling. Kind of like when you ever see like a diagram of the gravity well, kind of goes into a space that you can't see.
Guess who bought a grappling hook from the thing? And rope.
I'm assuming it just goes to the gutter through the wheel now, right?
I mean, probably.
This whole thing seems very put together and planned out. So,
would the water from the wheel turn the wheel?
Ooh, maybe.
Huh? Could be. Certainly seems like they wouldn't go through all this trouble to set up this lovely little creature just for us to jump into a hole and die, right?
I mean, why don't you send your familiar in and out again?
oh yeah, I just sent Cricket down the water to see what happens.
So Cricket, you see them kind of hopping and doing that kind of where they hop and fly for a little bit, getting further and further away. Are you looking through their eyes?
Yes.
So you see this kind of almost like hexagonal, pixelated kind of compound eye vision as they hop, and then the hops are getting longer and longer as the slope is getting steeper until it goes, and you see the kind of the black circle get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And yeah, you are back in the cavern. You are next to the portal that you arrived through, but this time, Cricket has been kind of thrown through, so Cricket ends up having to fly and hop their way back a little bit, and that's because the orientation kind of shifts by 90 degrees. Cricket was falling, but comes out that way.
Did you just throw conservation of momentum at us?
Did I mention? And you can see further out into the cavern that actually the cavern is significantly better lit now. And the wheel itself is turning slowly, but turning. And that means that you're getting sparks and arcs of lightning in these, glass spheres and between these brass antennae. And so you can actually see the path that you all took on the way up here. And there is the last remnants of what you can only imagine was a huge torrent of water from the lake. There's the last remnants of that running down the channel, down the stairs, across the floor, and towards the wheel.
I tell everybody that in just as great detail. I'm very poetic about it, for sure.
Cosimo's gonna go, well, cowabunga, fuckers, and then just slide on his front.
Yeah.
So those things where you give a coin to charity and it's got a spiral thing with a see-through dome, and you go. Cosimo does that, and then he does a good 10 seconds when he's just really kind of going really fast, just round the bottom of it just before he pops through, and then, and you come shooting out of the portal. But actually, you're not going that way very fast because you weren't going downwards very fast. You come out in a random direction in that orientation in relation to the... Okay, so you come out shooting along the uppermost step, so you don't get shot kind of up or down or anything. So you're bumpy landing, but safe. And you reorient yourself. And you're back in the cavern. You see a cricket.
Hi, cricket. I just vomited in my mouth, cricket. That wasn't pleasant.
Well, you go.
I'm good to walk. I might throw up if I go in that.
So do you walk to where? To the lake or up the hill or
back to the wheel through the portal.
Through the portal you came in?
Yeah.
Or the one in the bottom?
The one we came in.
Sweet. Yeah, you walk straight through and you come out. No fuss.
I'm gonna do that.
I just kind of look at my dripping wet armor and sigh and kind of trudge up the hill and that sort of squish, squish, squish.
It's a pretty warm day. It does dry a little bit.
Oh, good.
Can I druid craft it dry?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You kind of persuade the water to leave. You have a dialogue with the water. It's not a kind of blow dryer. It's a druid thing.
Yeah. We're pals.
Yeah. Cool. So I think that leaves Trevor.
I will send Keon through the black hole in the surf, and
you see a tiny pseudo dragon get shot out the thing,
and then just walk back up into the other one.
Nice.
And
so
we can attack from two angles.
As Trevor was kind of striding back through the portal, kind of chuckling to himself, with Keon kind of hovering in the air, just the other side of the party. You are standing again outside this portal at the top of these massive steps, and the massive torrent in the gutter has run to barely a trickle now. The wheel is still turning, and you see a rather fancy-looking kind of Art Deco style wood and kind of gold trim, kind of almost like a drinks trolley, but with no drinks on it. There are 5 magic kind of items and a note, and each of the items has a little brown paper label on it with some script on it.
At this point, I kind of start looking around, I almost as though I expect someone to be watching. We have an audience.
Are you actually looking around?
Mm-hmm. I'm this is unsettling.
Okay. Perception.
Yeah, I don't like this.
You can roll as well if you want.
Never
20.
mind.
Unnatural.
So dirty 20. Revolt.
6.
Cool.
It's
17 for me.
Cool.
My eyes are fixed on the drink trolley.
What is it with these games and drinks trolleys?
I don't know.
Did I hear Cosimo's Dice Tower go?
No, he's still
Okay.
a little bit trying
Cool.
to get around with that.
So what? Okay, so you're looking for anyone around or any kind of thing that kind of might suggest you're being watched. You don't see anything.
I look at the trolley.
As I said, there's a note and 5 items with little tags on them.
What do the tags say?
The tags say Cosimo, Sailor, Trevor, not Tom, Overboss.
What's the note say?
I'll have a look at the note too.
The note says, never say I don't treat you good.
I don't like that.
Okay. I take the item that is mine or labelled for me.
Yeah.
Okay. So, first off was Zayla. You find nice little pair of slippers. Nice little pair of slippers, each of which has 8 jointed chitinous legs sticking out the side. It's like 2 spiders, but with footholes.
Oh, those are delightful. And I slip them on.
You have a thing for shoes.
You put them on, and as you kind of magically kind of connect and bond with the item, the legs start to wiggle. And you get the feeling that you could climb on pretty much any solid surface. Cosimo, you find probably like a 1.5 to 2 meter length of kind of tough fabric, thick, tough fabric, faded black, a little bit tatty. Roll history with advantage, please.
Natural 20.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Nice. You immediately recognize this as something that once belonged to a very powerful martial artist. This is the belt of the old master. And with this, you gain So do you have any levels in monk?
No.
So you gain a bonus action melee attack, and you gain a bonus action dodge action. But you can only use the bonus action dodge action or the bonus action melee attack up to 3 times a day.
Grand.
So this is on a natural 20. This used to belong to a very powerful were rat. It smells strongly of stagnant water.
Got the joke.
Just kind of wring it out to see if there's any kind of like stagnant water stuck in it, and then I'm going to wear it like a sash, which is dodgy to do since I'm like a Glaswegian turtle, but yeah.
So Ovibos, there is a jar of dark fluid that seems to glitter in the kind of sparking light of the turning wheel.
I reach out and kind of turn it, looking at it curiously.
As you turn it, the liquid, yes, it kind of sloshes, but it also seems to kind of reach towards the glass in the direction of towards you.
Is there
But in kind of like patterns of peaks, like a ferromagnetic liquid.
Does it have a lid or?
Oh yeah, there's a kind of a thick cork.
I'll tentatively open the cork just a little bit and see what.
As you open the cork, the liquid kind of oozes quickly, kind of almost like it was kind of driven by an outside force and it flows out of the jar, and and you think it's kind of coming towards you, and you kind of get a bit freaked out.
Oh.
But then it like seems to be completely attracted to the coin shield on your back, and it kind of completely coats the surface of the shield, changing its color to a kind of dark, kind of almost black but not quite, and glittery surface. So that is going to act as the Orb of the Stein rune, which gives you that Indomitable Stand action, Meld into Stone bonus action, immunity from petrification, and resistance to ranged weapon attacks. But only when using the coin shield.
Ah, okay. Well, I throw my new shield down and pull the coin one back out, and ask, does anybody want this? Need a shield, anyone?
I still have
Guess you got another surfboard.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just strap that one on my back then. I don't know if that counts as anything, but never know. Might
It
need
looks
to
cool.
Prop something up or something.
You two have a half shell now.
Give a little like elbow, like.
Not Tom. You see a gauntlet with kind of bizarre-looking metal wires and crystal nodes on the outside.
I pick it up.
Do you put it on?
Sure. Yeah.
You don't have to. You put it on. As you slip your hand in, you take 1 piercing damage.
Nice.
As you feel a set of needles enter your arm through the gauntlet. There's a kind of pneumatic hiss. And this allows you to trade hit dice for spell slots.
Nice.
So, as a bonus action, you can trade up to the level of a spell slot in hit dice to get that spell slot back. So if you wanted a level 5 spell slot back, you would trade 5 hit dice and take 5 piercing damage, and you would get a level 5 spell slot back.
So I have 2 different types of hit dice, though. Does it matter which one? I have a D6 and a D8 for the different classes.
You pick. Yeah, so you can use your wizard ones first if you want. But you will take 1 piercing damage for every hit dice you expend. But yeah, as many hit dice as you expend, that level of spell slot you can get back. But you can only do that like once per turn. You can't get multiple spell slots back in a turn.
Okay, thank you.
And for Volt, you've been mighty quiet whilst all these people have been ogling over their new toys, because when you woke up at the beginning of this whole debacle, you knew something was missing. And here, on a drinks trolley, in a giant cave next to a spinning hamster wheel of content creation, having just unexisted some random beastie, there in front of you is the thing that was missing when you woke up. This is a large icosahedral crystal. It seems to be, an orb contemplating you.
I immediately prostrate myself. It's like, oh, the worthy Jamaitra, Pythagogorgon, you have returned to me.
Yes, servant. You follow the numbers. I manifest the numbers.
Could you tell me of this great beast we have slain? It is of both lizard and crab. If I had consumed its flesh, would I die?
This being was created through the collective harvesting of trillions of watts of psychic energy. Story is the food that holds that energy together. If you had attempted to consume the flesh of that beast, the oxymoronic juxtaposition of material based of narrative inside a material being of such narrative interest would have consequences.
Do not eat the narrative things. I understand, great Pythagogorgon.
I did not say there was an imperative to consume or not. Purely that statistically there would be consequences.
I understand.
I know.
Just very, very slowly get up and approach the trolley.
As you approach the trolley, you reach out not just with your hand, but with your mind and soul to this mathematical being. And it rises up and begins to orbit you, not necessarily benevolently or malevolently, but just there.
Behold, I am blessed by the icosahedron. We will prevail, for all 20s are in our eyes.
I'm sure that's
Right,
mighty
yeah.
fine, that is.
So, you've each got your presents, you've read the card, you're back in the cave. The wheel is turning, but there's no more water flowing through it, so I mean, it might start to slow down soon.
Should we check the power gauge thingy?
Cool.
Yeah.
So you guys, we can shortcut to you guys heading down there. The power gauge is at 2, and the kind of needle is kind of.
So going back to the instructions, the first thing we had to do was complete quest to initiate. So I believe we've done that. And then it was maintain the mechanics manually. Is that right?
Maintain momentum manually.
Momentum manually.
So do we
We're
need to
gonna
get inside and tread on it and stuff?
Or destroy more strange narrative creatures.
I can
That doesn't
summon
seem
another
manual.
demon, place it in the wheel.
If
I
you
think
want to
that's
do that,
Does the green line show back up again?
No.
Hmm.
What I forgot to say is when you were at the top of those steps next to the drinks trolley, there was the line leading back to the wheel. But then every step you took along that line, it kind of the light dissipated behind you.
Got it.
okay, so shall we try and move this wheel then, I guess?
Who's
Yeah.
the strongest?
So I will allow any if you can persuade me why what you want to do will spin the wheel, I will allow and welcome any and all creative bullshit. So you can push it physically, but you're all very interesting characters. I'm sure you've got some weird stuff you can pull out of some orifice.
Before we get too much further, if we go up against another creature of that size, my ability to, I mean, I'm not completely depleted of my powers, but would we like to take a rest? Do we think it's safe enough?
I have Magical Mansion, which is or Magnificent Mansion, which is a dwelling that nobody can get in or out of except for the people that I want for 24 hours, and it has food.
Cool.
And a staff of 100 near-transparent servants who attends all.
Wow.
That's mighty fine. I've never even had one invisible servant.
So if
I have an idea about powering the wheel. If I go back to the prison and raise one of the giants from the dead, we can place him inside it. And he
That
can
could
walk.
work.
How long would, I mean, presumably it would be forever, right?
Yes.
So bits fell off and decay happened?
Yes.
You would only have control over it for 24 hours, I believe. What,
And then
is
I
it
can
8
just
hours or
cast it
24?
again. It's 24.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So as long as you keep paying for it in spell slots.
Mm-hmm.
I also had an idea to use my spiritual weapon. So around my neck, there's a chain at the end of which is just a slice of pepperoni pizza. And so the spiritual weapon that I produce is in the shape of a pizza wheel. So if there would be a way to use that on the outside of the wheel to turn it.
Okay. So we've got 3 ideas here, 3 plans of action here. We have pizza wheel to turn the big wheel. We have create a mansion and chill for a bit. We have create a giant zombie. Those are all compatible with each other. Anyone else want to throw anything in?
I mean, I'm just good at watching and shooting, really. I don't know any of this fancy wheel turning stuff.
Okay, so we can start that in action, and then if Oribos wants to chime in with something at any point, do. So Trevor, you go and you raise one of the giant security guards. I'm going to say for funsies, it's the one with the big hole in the chest.
Yes. That way I can
and-
ride it back up the stairs.
What, are you sitting in the middle of the hole
It's kind of
like a tire swing
No.
with a pseudo dragon and an oar just floating along behind?
Behold my 2-legged chariot.
Well, that's quite disconcerting.
And this is why I need a nap. I'm going to have nightmares.
So I'm going to say that. So Cosmo, would you have been using the pizza wheel while Trevor was going and getting the zombie?
I feel like I would have cast it to try and see where in the mechanism it could fit in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it can. Yeah, you can through the power of your faith in pizza, you can get the wheel to spin. So, I'm gonna say because there is no more water powering the wheel. So to keep the wheel turning long enough for Trevor to go and get a zombie, make a spell attack.
That is +9. That is 17.
17. Okay, so you just about keep it going at the same speed it was. It's still at power level 2, while Trevor goes and gets the zombie. So you pop the zombie on. The zombie is very strong, not very fast. So the zombie will be able to keep it going at speed 2. And that'll be the zombie dashing, basically. But it is it's giant, but it's a zombie. So it's giant, so it has the power to move the wheel. So that means that, yeah, you guys can head into Not Tom's crib and have a bit of a nap. I didn't think you guys were going to get a long rest. Interesting.
Is there pizza
Okay.
in the mansion?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so not Tom, what does the mansion interior look like? And what's the food you're eating? What you're drinking? What do the servants what form do they take?
So it says it's a magnificent foyer with numerous chambers. So it's a very big, grand room that is more comfortable than you would expect from the description. Very like soft furnishings, lots of neutral tones, and the walls are lined with doors. Some of them lead to bedrooms, some of them lead to a kitchen. And the little servants are just little versions of not Tom that will bring you food, and it's whatever food you want.
Every time a servant brings me something, I say, "Thank you, not Tom."
Amazing. So you guys have a wonderful feast, and I guess you probably, you've been through a lot in this day. So, there's probably a lot of shared experience, and sharing food together is a great way to bond. So you get a long rest, which I didn't think you were going to get, you cheeky so-and-sos. In the morning, the zombie giant is still going. And the power meter still says 2.
Okay, so I've had a thought.
Lose any power?
Like, I've got these spider climb slippers, so we could like climb up to the top somehow, and then like walk on it to. I mean, I'm not very strong, but maybe one of you could borrow my slippers.
I also have a spell called Wind Wall that would maybe work. It'll allow.
Yes. I mean, you just gotta get the power level to the right level and then press the lever. You don't have to keep it there. So, what does Wind Wall do? What level spell is it?
It is a 3rd level.
Mm-hmm.
A wall of strong wind rises from the ground at a point you choose within range. You can make the wall up to 50 feet long, 15 feet high, and 1 foot thick.
Nice.
And the wall lasts for the duration of 1 minute or when you lose concentration.
Cool. I will say make a spell attack. And because it's an ongoing effect, I'll say make a spell attack with advantage.
Okay. That's a 27.
God damn. You see this, the wheel starts spinning more. There's like the sprays of the odd bits of moisture. The creaking gets louder, the sparks get more frequent and brighter, and the needle creeps up from 2 to 3 to 4, and you got 27 to 5. So the needle is now at 5 with that 27.
Shall we? I don't know really. I don't think arrows are going to help the situation, to be honest.
Should I animate the other dead?
Sure, that could work.
I'll be back. And I'll run down and cast.
All right.
I'm casting Animate Dead at a higher spell slot, so I can have 2 of them.
Great. Yeah. So mark off that 4th level slot.
You could get the handsome guy to do it too.
And so I will say.
Oh yeah, I can go 5th. I can go a 5th level slot and get handsome guy and the other giant. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do that. And because you are adding, you've now got 2.5 giant zombies, or
Yeah.
you know what I mean. I'll let you roll a spell attack with advantage
Oh, to get them going fast.
to see how much power they can put into the hamster wheel of content creation.
Okay. Let's see. That will be a spell attack and plus 11. So that'll be a 22 and a 23.
Okay, so that,
So at advantage would
23.
be a 23, yeah.
So the zombies are now kind of like stumbling because the wheel is going faster than they can really walk. But because there's so many of them, they've just become almost this kind of ball of limbs, just kind of
Crawl, you
rolling.
slovenly dead thing! Crawl!
It's almost like watching a couple of people roll down a hill fighting, but they're just staying in one place. So the needle goes up to 7.
Does the wheel touch the floor?
No, so the wheel is on, like, imagine a hamster wheel, but it's embedded, like, the bottom kind of quarter of it is embedded in the floor because it's in that gutter where the water was rushing through.
Okay.
Well,
So the needle is now at 7.
If the rest of us, except for one of us, helped out, I mean, I don't have anything that can turn this thing except my own hands and feet, but...
You're pretty strong.
Can we use these ball bearings to somehow make it go quicker? I don't really...
I mean, I'm pretty strong. I think Cosimo at this point is going to start getting pissed off and just like jump in and start to help run.
Yeah.
Roll athletics.
Okay.
I'll do the same.
Okay, roll athletics.
I don't have any strength, so I'll be the one watching the lever for... whatever.
Natural 20.
Ooh, damn.
Okay.
Just like...
I got 31. I have a plus 16 on athletics. It's
Jesus Christ.
So the two of you get on and start running, and now you're actually powering it more than the zombies. The zombies are kind of just like getting turned over like a tumble dryer.
We have to keep it below a certain threshold, so let's not.
And the wind is blowing like the outside of the wheel. And the two of you get on and just start powering it, and you see that it go, and like the frame starts to shake, and there's the sparks, and the axles look like they're getting hot. There's steam rising from the damp wood, and the needle kind of creeps to 8, 9, 10, 11. It's into the red.
No, before then.
Hold it! Not that liver!
I will say roll a dex save to see if you can time it right.
Okay, it's a good thing that I have plus on my dex save. So 22.
Plus 5, plus 5.
Plus 5. 27.
Okay, yeah, you managed to catch it just before it gets into the red, and it takes pull down this large lever, and the by this point the glass orbs are just plain glowing, like they're not having arcs of electricity in them. That's just full of kind of lightning, and there are arcs of electricity spiking off the brass antennae, and you pull the lever, and suddenly you see, like, progressing down the cables, like faster than an arrow. They are kind of lit from the inside with this kind of electric blue light, and it shoots off into the darkness, and you lose sight of it for a bit, and then you hear and the door that Cosimo and Trevor saw earlier is outlined in this like electric blue light. It's for those of you who haven't been there before, you can't really tell how far away it is or how big it is. But the two of you who've been there know that it is this huge Art Deco, very elaborate set of double doors, and they are glowing with like barely contained energy. And then you hear a deep grating and rumbling, and feel the ground start to shake. Luckily, the wheel has stopped shaking because the energy is being tapped off. But the doors start to grind open.
Shall we get through?
Yeah, already liking it.
Yeah.
So you book it. The zombies are not able to keep up, but
That's okay.
you know they can be following slowly. So you're running, and those, like I said, for those of you who haven't been there before, you kind of lose track of time on that journey because you don't know how far away it is, how big it is, how long you've been running. You're not looking over your shoulder anymore, and eventually, after the door just keeps growing as you get closer, you get to these giant glowing double doors. And again, there's a blackness behind them at the threshold.
Onwards and upwards, I say.
I put my feet in again, see what happens.
They wouldn't kill us now.
I love that.
Roll perception, not Tom?
I just realized I have a familiar that I could send in, but
You've also got feet.
Well,
In
that's
some ways, I'll beat the real familiars.
We're kind of like a familiar.
You can't reappear them if they get destroyed, though.
That's a 10.
Feels hard floor. Yeah, hard to tell.
That's what I tell people.
Pardon?
That's what I tell people. There's a floor.
I don't think it's gone wrong yet, which is famous last words, but I would say head through.
Only way out is through.
Cool. So, as you pass through the portal, you find yourselves in a large room, but nowhere near as big as the cavern that you've been in. It's probably about 40 to 50 feet wide and 60 or so feet kind of long, deep. You're on a hard stone tiled floor, and it's a large opulent Art Deco atrium. About 30 to 40 feet in front of you are two sweeping staircases that lead up to a raised mezzanine area. In the corners immediately to your left and right behind you are two quarter-circular ponds, and the walls of the chamber are completely lined with glass tanks of various sizes. In the dim glow from within, you make out various forms moving inside those tanks. You hear of footsteps on hard floor. A figure appears at the edge of the balcony and looks down at you. Pale skin with a bluish tint, blonde bob with dark blue eyes and matching lipstick.
Well, what a surprise. I wasn't sure if you'd survive against my little pets. But I suppose you did have the assistance of the fantastic Cosimo and Excella. They've done a good job. As for the rest of you, well, prepare to die.